Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to the stream of Thursday, the 6th of November. And we are back going live in our usual spots. So thank you very much for joining us on this beautiful day. Yesterday, we had a little bit of a disruption to the schedule. I tried to go in to Sydney Convention Centre, actually, and catch some protesters and try and interview some protesters at the Indo-Pacific Maritime Weapons Exposition, basically. And unfortunately, there was none of the protesters that had been there previously, just the day beforehand. And so it was basically just me looking at the cavalcade of persons, the merchants of death, trying to enter into that expo, and one dude with a sign telling us all why we shouldn't be supporting Israeli arms manufacturers and the Australian government shouldn't be buying off them. So that was what happened yesterday. So we had an interruption to the usual schedule, but we are back and we are getting, we are badder than ever and ready to dissect some very, very important politics. We're looking at the core of world capital here. There's been a mayoral race. And so the city that holds the keys to world capitalism, I would say, at the moment, from a financial perspective, they've just picked a new leader for that city, Zoran Mamdani. You may have heard this name. You might have seen this stuff being discussed. We're going to have a look at his victoire and what that means for society at large. Strap yourself in. It might not mean as much as you think it is. It will, but there are obviously a lot of discussion and heaps of culture wars stuff going on with regards to this issue. So we're going to unpack that. We got some commentary already in the chat way before we started even. Victorian socialists lying to Gen Z and millennials to vote for them. The communists claiming the socialists. Ben Chesterman there. Not exactly sure what we're talking about here. But if you would, expand a little, Ben, that would help. Cheese Twist in the house. Internet friends. How are we? It's good to have you. Etched in. So what did you say, Jerry? It didn't get through on this side, but it's over here though. That's funny. Hot take. Mamdani will be as disappointing for the left as Trump has been for the right. In a system that rewards the cult of personality, no progress can be made. Jerry Poppins, 6 of the 11th, 2025. It has been dated, so that means you can quote him on that if necessary. Actually, there's something else that you've written there, Ben. New York, more now, question mark. New Yorkers will move like Australian with Melbourne's Melbournies moving to Sydney and Brisbane last 5 years. Labor and Green destroyed manufacturing and logging industry in Victoria. So that's the hot take there from Ben. Yo, give up your revolutionary consciousness. That's what we're going to be working on here. Couldn't agree more, Jerry. I know I loved you. I think there's some solidarity going on there with the hot take. Calzone in the house. As long as he can improve people's lives a bit during his time in office, that's realistically all that he can do. He isn't the presidente. And there it is from Calzone. How you going? Welcome to the stream. And I agree with that sentiment as well. If he can improve the lives of working people somewhat, give them some, debt relief, give them some free childcare, as he has promised in his campaign trail. If he can get rid of the farce that is the paid bus system in New York and just let people get on it for free without pretending like they're paying, then, that sort of stuff does help out. I think working people, relieving some of the pressure that is on them, I'm all for that. But if people think that this is going to end up in the socialist revolution, you've got another thing coming, let me just say, there. But time will tell if from the position of mayor, he's able to do some of the stuff that he spoke about, because a lot of that stuff has to go through kind of the state legislator. So I guess we will see if he's able to do what he wants to do. or not. Time will tell, and we will get into that, I guess. JB, nah, like Lena Khan is on the transition team, crazy heavy hitter and most hated person on Wall Street. I would say just most hated person within the highest sections of the bourgeoisie in the US, because she was going after the big boys, the tech bros, literally, with her time at the FTC. So, watch out. We've got, like, that's pretty crazy, actually. Lena Khan, we were researching her earlier this year. He got her in the transition team because, yeah, she was taking on the biggest tech bros out there in the antitrust laws, which have all actually just fallen away after she stepped down because Trump put some pressure on her, or on the FTC, I believe. He put pressure on that situation, let's call it. She stepped down, and look where she is now. What an interesting transition she has made. Let's just put it like that, shall we? So, yeah, we're going to get into Mamdani's situation. We're going to watch the speech in full, so strap yourself in. I know that's going to be riveting for some of you, but, it is what it is. And we're just going to have a look, I think, more so at the reaction. I think the reaction to Mamdani is actually more interesting at this stage than Mamdani actually winning. Because, nothing's happened yet. But in the culture wars, the doomsday talk has descended. And there is some wild speculation as to what a Mamdani victory means for not only New York, but for America, maybe even the world. This is the beginning of the end times. The communists have taken over, and we're all going to be kind of living in some weird Orwellian dystopia as a result of Mamdani's election. It's pretty dire. It's pretty serious stuff. And so I'll put it to you whether or not this type of reaction is warranted, but there's some pretty colorful stuff going on there. And where better to start with a New York and American political scene than with our friends over on Sky News Australia. They have reacted to Zoran Mamdani's win as New York mayor, and here it is. Radical socialist Zoran Mamdani will ruin, in quotation marks, I don't know why it's got there, will ruin New York as mayor. So let's have a look at what they have to say about this radical socialist and what they are going to do to New York and how they're going to destroy it. And this is coming to us from like 11 hours ago, so it's probably around the time well, not really. It was well after he made his victory speech, but, it's still hot off the press. So let's have a listen to what their take is. 4AS in the house, what up? What up? Give up your muttered definition of socialism. Yeah, I know, right? It is unfortunate, but, let's ride with the culture wars on this one today, and we'll see what people are saying. And we're going to start with a favorite here. So if Jeff is watching this, if Wings of Cheese is watching this one goes out to you, my internet friends, because we're going to get the Sky News Australia hot take on the situation. And this is pretty much all you need to know. You can literally stop after we watch this one video. You can stop watching this stream because, everything you need to know will be right here. And they'll tell you what to think, and no more questions after that, please. Legit, I saw someone in the comments on Mamdani winning saying socialism is capitalism with safety nets, and I don't think they were shit posting. Socialism does not equal social democracy. It's a scary world for us. And because of this stuff, the real problem, the real victim here is the word socialism because of this win, and the word communism, I guess. Everything, Mamdani is going to be called that and referred to that in whatever way makes sense to people that are really upset with his victory. So the real victims here are the words socialism and communism. Let's have a quick look. Let's get a good understanding before we dive into anything else as to how we should think about this situation. Feed us the narrative, please, Sky News
Well, it's
Australia.
not just racing that the lefties are ruining. They're also about to ruin New York.
They're about to ruin New York. Oh my God, savage. Yeah, but it seems USA politics doesn't know what socialism is in the first place. You could even rewrite that sentence and take out the word USA, right? I think just politics everywhere. Nobody knows what socialism and communism is in the first place. It's pretty bastardized and void of any context anymore. Piece of vocabulary that is, or those words are.
Goodbye to that once great city, because it is going to go downhill real fast. Radical democratic socialist Zoran Mamdani has been emphatically elected as the next mayor of New York. And
is communism socialism the new woke and the old PC? Hey, it's so good, so good. Yeah. Hey, woke's been replaced. It's been replaced by something called communism. Watch out. Squibs in the house. Roll call. How are you? Late 20th century / 21st century socialism, communism is such a nebulous term. It's been ruined by the culture wars and on purpose.
This has happened. Videos of his staffers, of things that have been said on the campaign trail, are resurfacing. And one of them was his staffer saying they're going to provide sex changes to everyone.
Zoran is literally attempting to do what conservatives say, we want to do, which is provide gender-affirming care to anyone who wants it for free, and we're going to ship people, we're going to fly people in and pay for their hotel rooms, and we're going to do all of the Fox News stuff. We're getting ideas from Fox News. I want to do that.
I wish he was joking, but I think they're actually speaking the truth here. And here was Zoran.
Did she even listen to that clip? Did she even listen to that? He was like, we're getting these ideas from Fox News. Yeah, sure, let's do that one. I'm pretty sure he was being sarcastic. Did they actually listen to that beforehand? No, it doesn't matter.
I think they're actually speaking the truth here. And here was Zoran this evening, accepting victory and very positive at his post-election party.
If anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. This is not only how we stop Trump.
Oh my God. That was sarcasm, right? Like he was actually being sarcastic. It looks like it anyway. Instant classic, all the hallmarks. Let the overconfident hot chick cook. Yeah, interesting. That's the Fox model, right? She's not plastic enough, yeah. His opera movement, you get a penis, you get a penis, everybody gets a penis. Ben, better than dating a socialist, that's always broke. Look, hey, if you are dating someone, hey, why not be, show some chivalry, hey? Just pay if the person that you're taking out is unable to pay for the meal. Why not, hey? Hell yeah, sex changes for everyone. Yeah, like what? Is that what he's saying? We're going to fly people and give them hotels? Indoctrination, we got one. Touchdown. There it is. Someone's celebrating in the house. There you go.
It's how we stop the next one. So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
All right, and I've got some words for you. And you, if you're watching this on YouTube right now, hit the like button because it helps people discover the live stream in the home screen or the home pages. So right now, stop what you're doing. If you're lurking, go back to this screen and hit the like button, or I will be very upset.
Ugh, he is so infuriating. But progressives here in Australia, the Greens to be precise, are looking at Zoran Mamdani as the blueprint for the perfect lefty.
And on behalf of the Australian Greens, I would like to congratulate Zoran Mamdani on his election as Mayor of New York City. His campaign has been an inspiration to New Yorkers and progressive people around the world. Whether it's free buses, a rent-freeze, universal free childcare and city-owned grocery stores, it's a vision shared by the Australian Greens. And it's a blueprint for every city where working families are being priced out of their own communities. When we tax wealth and invest in people, everyone benefits except the ultra-wealthy. But don't worry, they'll also be fine.
Ha! Eh? I knew it. Fucking Greens, eh? They've aligned with Zoran. Yo. What's up? Give up your commie end of the world predictions. We are going there, brother. Watch this space. We're going to get all of the very, very dramatized and over-the-top reactions today from wherever the fuck we can find them. So if you can find some good ones, let me know. Put them in the stream chat and we'll have a look-sees, shall we? The dick is flaccid, ladies and gentlemen, and non-bees. I wonder what that was in reference to. I wonder if you even got through the filter. Oh, no, you probably did. You're on Twitch. It's not Fox News. He's against watching it. Yeah, okay, done. I know we're meant to be half-mast this week, but I get my incitement in my pants. I unsubscribed just so I could sub again. There we go. There's one for the algorithm. Maybe the title should be totally radical socialist, man. Dick is finally in a box. There's a lot of dick stuff going on there. I might have missed the context window on that one, but you fill me in, please. Look, the monkey paw happened. As long as Dick was alive, socialism didn't take over the USA. All right, back to it.
Yes, we get it. You love socialism, but it's never worked, and that's the reality. And I'm thankful that the Greens here in Australia are still a very minor party. But James, I mean, this...
Oh, Cheney died? What? Ah, that's what the joke is. Right. Interesting. Okay, I get it. I get it now. The word flaccid is truly fun to shoehorn into any sentence. Oh, you tagged everyone, so I haven't seen it yet. Apologies. Fair enough. They're taking No Nut November, the negative space of gooning, I assume.
Spells trouble. This is America's financial capital. It's probably the most important city in the world. And now it's going to be run by a socialist.
Oh, my God.
The New York Post headline said something about the red apple. Trouble for the red apple rather than the big apple. I'm not worried about New York. I'm worried about Australia with David Shoebridge saying they're watching Mamdani and getting ideas for city-owned grocery stores and free this and free that. And this is awful, isn't it? Something that's confined to New York, although I think we're seeing it obviously amplified there. But this is obviously what progressives right around the world love. The other thing I found interesting from Mamdani's speech, which was not at all gracious, was he talked about the fact that New York is all about immigrants. Imagine if you were a New Yorker born in New York, your parents were born in New York, your grandparents were born in New York, listening to this.
Imagine.
New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change. Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant.
Now, I've got nothing at all against immigrants, but New York is a wonderful, iconic American city. It's not a city of immigrants, for immigrants, run by immigrants.
Are you sure? Oh, that's so good. So good. Like, you got to understand a little bit of history. Like, you can't be that ignorant unless you are just trying to be misleading in the culture wars. There it is. Jedikus dropping some Blinding Lights Arabic version, Eurobeats remix. I will have to check out that later because like it's very dodgy. Not dodgy, but it's hard to place music in streams given copyright stuff. Oh my God. It honestly just feels like Obama 2008 all over again. Yeah, okay, that sentiment, that vibe. But like, come on, man. It's so good. Like these people, this is why I put Sky News up front as well. Like they have a section, Sky News Australia, called Lefties Losing It. And it's just nice to see when the shoe is on the other foot, like kind of thing. How dare he say that New York is full of immigrants? Eh? It's just like, well, come on, man. Have you been there before? Seriously. Look at that look at that title card, led by an immigrant. Eh? Ben, green lie and claim venues profit, ? Have no clue what net profit is. Correction, it's going to be run by a politician. The word has nothing to worry about. The world has nothing to worry about. It will not change. That's going to be our line. Jerry Poppins, say the thing. Oh my God, not Groiper. Not Groiper. Sorry, Sky News are just seething because Zoran is anti-Zionist. Well, interesting. Something that the Groipers can agree with then, I would say, right? Not to Groiper. It's good to have you back. You watch he says. He put up a poll: should politicians own investment properties? Let's add union leaders to that list. Okay. Let the Jews sleep in the bed that they made. Yeah, let them stay over there. Is that what you mean? Interesting. All right, back to it.
I don't think many Americans would be thrilled to hear that at all.
No, and I think watching that victory speech, my feeling very much was this has actually got nothing to do with New York, from his perspective anyway, and probably for a lot of New Yorkers who voted for him. This is Mamdani versus Trump. That's what he was setting it up as right there. This is the one man from New York who's going to take on the President of the United States. I mean, it read to me like a stump speech.
Ah, yes, New York, full of Native Americans. So good. Not from immigrant stock at all. Hilarious. That's the one. There's comment of the day. Let's see if anyone can beat that one.
To say, I want to be president of the United States. And I suspect that's ultimately what he is aiming for. Now, whether or not he can do that will depend on how well his term as mayor of New York goes. He may well cook his goose and the Dems may well go, well, you're damaged goods, buddy, we can't use you again. But that's what I read into it, is that's ultimately what he wants to do.
Yeah, well, a bit dramatic. All right, let's have a quick look, because you'll probably hear about this, I guess. But like, this is Trump's take on the whole situation, and you know, it's scathing, eh? It's scathing. Actually, damn, that's not the one. Let's find it. Where did it come up before? Let's have a look. I think it was here. Yeah, this is the one. Let's have
train that was supposed to go from San Francisco to Los Angeles.
Here it is.
And this is what we had as a president. We don't want that. You have the opposite right now. I don't want to be braggadocious, but you have the
braggadocious. Such a good word. God, he's got some good vocabulary when he wants to. My God, instead of saying hot, he can say braggadocious. American Business Forum. So he was talking at the Business Forum, and so it's like, it looks like just a room full of like snobby economic conservative types, and he's addressing them. And just being a smart ass the whole time. But like, yeah, let's have a look.
Know exactly what's happened.
Let's see what Trump
thinks. If you want to see what congressional Democrats wish to do to America, just look at the result of yesterday's election in New York, where their party installed a communist as the mayor of the largest city in the nation. A communist as the mayor.
So good.
New York, where their party installed a communist as the...
Oh, God, it's so good. I love the way he says it. Communist.
Today's election in New York, where their party installed A communist as the mayor of the largest city in the nation.
Boo. Boo.
Remember, I've said we will never have a socialist elected to any post in our country. I used to say that, and I was right. We skipped socialist and we put in a communist instead.
He knows. This is like the most insightful thing that anyone in American politics has said since Zoran came in. Is just like they skipped socialist and went straight to communist. This guy knows. Eh? There is a gradation. You know, you don't go straight. You never go full commie. All right. You gotta go socialist first. But like, it's unfortunate that he doesn't realize, or he's purposely ignoring the fact that Zoran isn't a commie. He calls himself a democratic socialist.
That didn't work out too well. But as I've warned for many years, our opponents are hell-bent on turning America into a communist Cuba or socialist Venezuela, and you see what happened to those places. For generations, Miami has been a haven for those fleeing communist tyranny in South Africa. I mean, if you take a look at what's going on in parts of...
What? What? Did he say Miami is a safe haven?
For generations, Miami has been a haven for those fleeing communist tyranny in South Africa.
Really? I thought it was people fleeing communist tyranny in Cuba. In Cuba. Where did the South Africa one come from? I'm just going to really quickly just fact check this one. This is gold. Yeah, so this is one of my favorite reactions yet. I'm so glad I didn't watch this before, so I can do it with all of you, my fellow revolutionaries. Trump's on fire. All right, let's have a look here. When South Africans flee or migrate to the US, do they congregate or all go to Miami? Okay. All right, so it's not a thing exactly. South African migrants to the US don't all go to Miami. The South African diaspora is actually spread across several metropolitan areas, depending on class, race, reasons for migration. Los Angeles, California seems to be a biggie. Texas is a biggie too, by the looks of it. Interesting. I don't know. Like, it's good to know what he's talking about, but like, I think he might just be getting it wrong. I think he meant to say Cuba, because that's where they all go from Cuba. They go straight over to like Florida, I'm pretty sure. New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Georgia, Miami, Florida. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Whatever. Trump thinks there's white farmer genocide in South Africa. Yeah, okay, fair enough. He totally just mixed up his new refugee policy with his anti-commie rant. Yes, right? And because his apparently the new policy is that they're only going to allow like whites in or something like that, but like white South Africans. And so like the migration levels are going to absolutely disappear in the US because the next wave of migrants is going to be like 7,000 South Africans or something like that. New York will turn out like shithole Melbourne. Well, look, you know, you could argue that Melbourne is actually modeling itself off New York, but I know what you're saying. I know what you're getting at there. That's funny, man. No, he means it's a safe haven for rich capitalists. Well, those are the types of South Africans I know, is the ones that are rich enough and then they get out and they go and start businesses all around the world. Interesting. All right, back to it.
I mean, if you take a look at what's going on in parts of South Africa, look at South Africa, what's going on. Look at South America, what's going on.
Yeah, you're over there poking the bear. You're doing it again in Mexico. You're doing it in Venezuela at the moment. There's a trail of destruction left throughout Latin America, thanks to U.S. foreign policy, since for the last like 60 years.
No, I'm not going to. We have a G20 meeting in South Africa. South Africa shouldn't even be in the Gs anymore because what's happened there is bad. I'm not going. I told them I'm not going. I'm not going to represent our country there. It shouldn't be there. Take a look at what's happening in different parts of South America. Take a look at what's happening in different parts of the world. But now the Democrats are so extreme that Miami will soon be the refuge for those fleeing communism in New York City. They flee.
This is the story, okay?
They flee.
This is the story. This is the culture war story that's coming out of the reaction to Mamdani's win. Everyone's going to leave New York. Do you remember when after Trump got in, like the first time, then the second time, they were like, oh, all these people are going to leave America kind of thing. And they're just like, yeah, go on, leave then. The prediction is the culture war narrative, I guess, for the right is that now Mamdani has come in, like there's going to be a mass exodus. All these people are going to leave New York, which is probably part of the plan because if everyone leaves, then the housing affordability rate will go up. And people will be able to move into all the vacant properties. So, hey, this could have been the long plan all along. Well, surprised that one got CC'd. Oh, man, what did you say? Because I can't even see it here. I wonder what you said. You bad man. Like, it didn't even come through this one. Yeah, it definitely didn't get through. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. That's me, a South African, a Miami, Florida. You're probably wondering how I got here. I was surprised. I wonder what you said. Someone say lower migration dilemmas. Is that your first comment of the day as well? I'm here. Did somebody say lower migration? It would be bliss if there was a mass exodus. The pandemic was incredible when 500,000 left. Well, there you go. Like, maybe that's the plan. Maybe they should take the right-wing story and narrative up, like from the culture wars, take it up on their promise. Like, if everyone just fucks off, that would relieve a lot of the pressure in the city, right? Net New York pop will stay the same, as they will replace those leaving with the National Guard. And ICE agents. That's hilarious.
Where do you live? New York City, but I'm trying to leave because I don't want to live in a communist regime. I hope it works out for New York. I love New York. I love New York. When I left New York for the White House, it was good, except we had, the telltale signs of trouble because we had a guy named de Blasio. Do you ever hear of him as mayor? He goes down as probably the worst mayor in history. Then he went to Harvard to teach government. Do you believe it? They took de Blasio, and they took that mayor from Chicago, the one that gets her hair done very expensively, right? Beautiful hair. She got beautiful, luxuriant hair. And they took her, and she's teaching at Harvard. They're teaching government. And then you hear about Harvard. We're trying to work a settlement with Harvard right now for about, a lot of money. I won't tell you what, but you'll be reading about it pretty soon. Because what they've done to Jewish people and what they've done to others is pretty bad, I'll tell you. It's pretty bad.
Right, that's the buzzword at the moment, isn't it? Just say Jew or Jewish people.
For about, a lot of money. I won't tell you what, but you'll be reading about it pretty soon. Because what they've done to Jewish people and what they've done to others is pretty bad, I'll tell you.
That's the catch cry. That's the dog whistle.
Going to cost them a lot of money. After last night's results, the decision facing all Americans could not be more clear. We have a choice between communism and common sense. Does that make sense to you? Common sense. It's common sense or communism. And you take a look.
That is so good. I wish I'd come up with that. It's common sense or it's communism. Which one will you choose? Whose side are you on, boys? Whose side are you on? Common sense or communism? So good. Put it in the CC on Discord. All right, let's have a look. You bad man, you. History is the sword that strikes down commies. Works every time. All right, and you got done for that? Seriously. Lame. can't believe you got censored. Maybe because you put sword in there and it's picking up on violence. You're inciting violence, you bad man. His segues are amazing. Just endless stream of thought. They are. He's so, like, when he's vibing like this, he's fucking great. When, like, you know, he's on some other type of tirade or something like that, you know, not great. And he's just reading out, like, regurgitating propaganda from his writing team or, you know, Project 2025 or something like that. Horrible. But, you know, when he's vibing, my God. Protect the chosen. What's in common? Common sense or communism? Which one are you going to choose? Hey, I put that to the chat. Hey, Ben, what are you thinking? Dilemmas? What are you thinking? Common sense or some communism? New York City will just turn into Chicago, lol. Seems a lot of seppos are upset about Jay Jones winning AG in Virginia as they are about Zoran. Yeah, apparently there's all these wins on the board. Eh? Putting some pressure there. The South African I work with was in the Bush Wars. He has interesting views on the Jaffas.
Back 1,000 years, it hasn't worked. If it worked, we'd be using it, I guess, but it hasn't worked. Our opponents are offering an economic nightmare. We're delivering an economic miracle. We have delivered in 9 months. This is the biggest investment of funds in a country in history by many times. That's good. They want higher spending for government and illegal aliens. We want bigger paychecks for American workers and American families, and that's what we're delivering. You see that? They stand for crime and chaos and corruption. We stand for law and order and justice. Also, strong borders. Boy, do we have strong borders. They put America so last. Strong. We put
They're hot.
America first. We put America first. And as long as I'm in the White House, the United States is not going communist in any way, shape, or form. We'll stop it. We're going to stop it. Stop this nonsense. You know, I said they were voting last night. You could have a communist or a thug. A communist, and they took the communist, you know. It's pretty amazing. We could have done a little better in terms of candidates. From day one of my administration, I've been fighting every single day.
Oh, my God. He just was going to keep going. That was their choice. That was between a thug and a communist, and they chose the communists. Why didn't they go with the thug? That was the insinuation there. My God, hey, just go with the criminal. Hey, commies have got nothing on that. Oh man, that was something else. All right, so. Let's have a look here at, I guess we just should go and listen to his actual speech because everyone keeps talking about his actual speech, right? I guess we should look at that so we actually have the context before we keep going on everyone critiquing him. Yeah. All right, we're going to do that. We're going to watch his speech. Now, strap yourself in. He speaks for like fucking 20-something minutes. I think it might be important because we're going to get some funny interpretations of what he said. We already saw a clip of what he was saying out of context before. So let's have a look. Sorry, this is Cuomo's speech. When he concedes. We'll watch that later as well. Let's watch Zoran do his thing. It's the full speech, so strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. The mine I work at just bought by South Africans. I watched a mini doc about a mine they ran in South Africa, and they described a work week with one casualty as a good week. Fuck me dead. Hey, my God. Good luck with that. Especially though after what's happened recently as well. That's really scary, isn't it? Rhodesia never dies. The South Africans are built different. You love your Rhodesia commentary, seriously. All right, let's listen. Strap yourselves in. Let's get the real thing, and then we'll go back into the culture wars because they clip this a lot and they talk about this a lot. Did you see the Cool Girls for Capitalism? I haven't watched that yet. That's actually We watched the one where they're just walking around talking to people about the election prior, like, and talking specifically about Zoran, I guess you would say. And then this one was mentioned in that. We watched that in and after. So maybe we can do it in the afters this afternoon, maybe. Right? Mamdani salute. Let's do this. Yeah, cool girls for capitalism. I did say that. Like, if someone buys that shirt, somebody in Discord or in the community at large buys a cool girls for capitalism shirt, I'll wear it in a stream. I'll wear it in multiple streams. I'll do horrible things wearing that shirt. Okay? Just let me know.
Thank you, my friends. The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can
interesting
see
quote.
the dawn of a better day for humanity. For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that...
I don't know what happened to the audio in this one. Doesn't sound great though. That's the ABC one we were just looking at. Go to The Guardian. Why not? Zoran.
These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. Palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And
yeah, the hotties for Zoran. Ask Jag about it, Dilemmas. He'll tell you all about it.
Yet over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
I'm assuming he's just referring to Cuomo, right? That's what he means by political dynasty. The Cuomos, I guess.
I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name.
Savage.
As we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and...
Yeah, but would you wear a common sense for communism shirt? My God, I would. Eh? Common sense over communism? Common sense for communism? So good. I think I would actually, you know. I'd wear it all. Yes, the Muslim communist did a Nazi salute. Does American media even bother proofreading anymore? Did he really? No idea why white supremacists idolized the colony that was around before Zimbabwe. Like, sure, you killed a lot of people, but you lost. Why are you idolizing losers? It's about time he made an appropriate Thai selection. Clearly, one of his people has been reading my comments. That's so good. Yeah. The hotties for Zoran are the same libtards that rallied on MAGA for worshipping Trump, doing the same shit. That's pretty funny, actually. The culture wars, they are fickle. And they're full of contradictions. The left are calling Zoran's wife the Princess Diana of American politics. Yeah, well, I hope not in all ways. Yeah, everyone knows the common sense brigade is full of commies. The only thing that's common sense is communism. I knew a dilemma. I knew you were a closet communist. I knew it. There it is. It didn't take long. We've been at it for months, and here you are. You're coming out as a full commie.
Answers only to the few. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refused to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum. Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties.
Man, Sky News should have cut this. That would have made people terrified. Look at him listing these migrants. Who the fuck does he think he is? Seriously. Eh? Is it scary?
Yes, aunties. To every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point, know this. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too. This campaign is about people like Wesley, an $11.99 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live.
I'm surprised I don't think I have ever heard anyone talk about the Uzbek community either. I don't think I've ever heard that mentioned. That's very interesting.
And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now. This victory is for all of them. And
there's that number again, BX33.
It's for all of you. the more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again. With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics. Now, I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held our breath.
The BX33 is just a bus line in the Bronx. Well, apparently there's some conspiratorial stuff associated with the number 33. It equals Freemason, says JP.
For longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn. To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama, Hayati, there is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as...
You said this last time we watched him speaking at the rally that was put on, the last rally, the ultimate rally that was put on by with him and Sanders and AOC, where everyone was frothing on AOC. You were like, every time he pauses, they cheer. It's pissing me off. Hey, they're celebrating. Come on. Seriously. You see what he's doing, right? He's not been running on socialism. He's been running on intersectional working class politics, one where you listen to marginalized people, or at least people from different backgrounds from your own and their issues, and learn that there's not so much separating us as we are told. Yes. Yeah. Fair enough. But like the main intersection there to pick up is on the thing that there is not much separating us. So you pick up on the thing that they all have in common, as opposed to the infinite amount of intersections they could have on top of that. It's about working people of various struggles with a shared struggle to unify around. Yeah, he's definitely, he hasn't been running on socialism. That's for sure. You know what? I don't even know if we've even heard him say it, unless he was asked and pressed on it. But you're a democratic socialist. What does that mean? I didn't ever hear him say it. Is there an applause sign we're not seeing? Yeah, what should they do, Jerry? You cynical douchebag. Come on. Hey, what do you think they're supposed to do? It's a celebration. Come on, Jerry. Expected more from you. So judgmental.
It's too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears.
Ooh, someone turn the music on.
Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive. Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day. Volunteer shift after volunteer shift.
Hey, Jag is using the H word. Your comments about this being Obama 2.0 vibes, eh? On the money there. We were built on hope. We built this city on hope and rock and roll.
Despite attack ad after attack ad, more than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do. Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for
Wings of Cheese in the house. How are you? Welcome. We're doing the watch party. And we're just going through to get an understanding of exactly what Zoran said. So when we go back to all of the outrageous reactions to his speech and how communism is coming to America and how he said this and he said that kind of thing, we've got some context. Welcome. Obama did say that he wouldn't be Mamdani's sounding board. That he would be, Mamdani's sounding board. Interesting. Indoctrinated, this is where it's, no, 4AS to indoctrinated. This is where it's a mixed bag for me. I get this is a move in the right direction. But the term socialism is so caught up in the culture wars, people will use Mamdani for their own agendas. That's why he's been specific with what it is. Term become too broad, so expand upon the idea. People are smart enough to understand more than a 1 to 3 word ideology. Interesting. Like Mystery doesn't say he's a socialist. He's a revolutionary with a Marxist critique of capital. Yeah. We need to accept that we are the left and we write good essays. The new age? Let's go. Yeah, that's what he's claiming it. It's not often that we see the transition between the old and the new. We are in the new age. Welcome.
For whom? This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt. Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Fiorella LaGuardia. An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Make buses fast and free. and deliver universal child care across our city. Years from now, may our only regret be that this day...
Is that his name from now on? Better start planting those money trees. Zoran. Hey, Zoran. That's a pretty good one. I have to remember that. Like, better start planting those money trees. Like, come on. Money does not grow on trees, but it is made up out of thin air by central banks. So they could get the money. They could definitely get the funding. 100% they could get the money for these programs. I know we have a very different set of opinions on this one, but I don't think you need money trees. They could get the government funding for this. They could take it from the $20 billion that they're going to give to Milei in Argentina. That'd be a start. That'd be a fucking start. Even the left, I'm sure, would say no to a little bit of capital. It's a drug. Wouldn't say no, sorry, to a little bit of capital.
It took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down, or anyone else with their back against the wall, your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election.
It's pretty monumental, actually. You got to think about it, like the context of, 24 years, what the difference is. Pretty scary stuff. Could you imagine, like even 15 years ago, let's say, 10 years ago, I don't know if they would have allowed that. I don't think the voting population out there really would have put up with a Muslim getting that job, getting in there, man. I get the feeling that Mamdani is going to have to wear a bulletproof vest for the next 4 years. Oh, yeah. Look, it's just American politics generally, it would seem. Once you're high profile enough, right? You're fair game, I guess. Is anyone keeping a checklist? Has he left anyone out? That would be a shame. Yes. This is the problem with as we've been talking about, or like already, identity politics, intersectionality, the culture wars, all this sort of stuff. Like, because if you don't name everyone, then you're going to offend someone. And like, where do you stop listing? To stop listing people, right? Has he left anyone out? That'd be a shame. Yeah, it's difficult to traverse this type of politics if you're going to play along these lines of listing everybody and making sure you leave no one out, or not offending anyone. It's really difficult territory to navigate. Yeah, it's very interesting call. Boomers are out. It's the millennials' time to exploit the system and pad our own nests at the expense of the next generation. America. Yeah, fair enough. The boomers are out. Bring in the millennial. It's time for the millennial, the rise of the millennials. Does Zoran strike you as a Billy Joel fan? I don't know. I wonder where you're going with that comment, actually. There was a video where someone tried to test Mamdani's NYC music knowledge, and he could identify Mobb Deep and all rap songs, but he couldn't identify Billy Joel. Oh, that's the reference. Okay, interesting. That's the reference. Only 38% of eligible voters voted in the election. But like, people have been talking about it as it being a massive turnout, though, like biggest turnout in a long time, apparently. So like, what's a good rate for you? What do you think is a good amount of people voting? It's hard to tell for me what people are happy with when it comes to voting. How many getting people in? I mean, white men have enough of a mention already, and we already understand our own stories. So what do we have to learn from sharing that? These are the stories people never hear in the mainstream. That's why it's important. Yeah, only 38%. I wonder what's a good number then. What would you be happy with? Or what should people be happy with? I wonder.
This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now, I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour.
Yeah, I can get down with that rhetoric, man. I can get down with that rhetoric for days. Hey, that's pretty much the class war. A group of people with a lot of power and influence, the bourgeoisie, telling you right now that your enemy is, yes, that person over there that makes $20 an hour is your enemy. You there, person who earns $30 an hour, they're the real enemy.
They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves. After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him.
We've seen this one clipped. This one's a very controversial one, apparently. Okay? And people are saying, oh, this has really been about is Zoran versus Trump, actually, this whole situation. It's got nothing to do with anything else. It's really just, it was the election of Zoran versus Trumpism, and people have voted against Trump. Now, this is the same phenomenon that people were describing in the recent Australian federal election, that the evil Peter Dutton, and, rightly criticised for being so, kind of platformed as a Trump Australian style, and people were kind of scared of what they were seeing unfolding, and so the overwhelming reaction was a deepening of voter support for the establishment in Australia, or for the status quo, let's call it. And so, if anything, what they're alluding to here is really this idea again that people are dissatisfied or disillusioned or shocked, fearful of what Trump has been rolling out. And so Zoran has rode that wave strategically right into this position of power here, right? So is it really a Zoran v Trump, or just people's reaction to Trump generally? Because that sort of stuff has been shaping politics around the world by the look of it. Hey, this populist doesn't sound so bad. I'm all for the new age Zorani. Yeah, well, look, that type of stuff, I agree. That rhetoric is great. That's great. The world stands behind you. Like, I am all for that type of rhetoric. Focusing, as he was saying, like, they've had us pinned against each other kind of thing. And it's divide and conquer. So let's put down the divide and conquer stuff, and not point at people who share our own struggles and think that they are the enemy. So a little bit more unifying language, I'd be much happier with all that sort of stuff, right? That's right. Interesting. Why people sharing their grievances and victimhood is just reciting the same shit we've heard for generations. Like, let's hear the story we haven't heard. So what if you're not the main character for a change? Let someone else have a turn.
And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So, Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
Now, is that like a popular culture reference exactly? Because that one's being clipped a lot and being talked about. Is that a popular culture reference exactly? I'd like to think that there's some ageism going on there, and he's telling old man Trump to turn up the volume because Zoran's coming to get him. But I'm not sure if there's another reference. Say the word then. Say the word. What allowed him to get power? Wait, are we talking about What was the name that you used for him before? Zoran. What allowed him to get to power? What, the Democratic Party? Is that what we're talking about here? Or the capitalist system in the first place? It's refreshing to hear political figures just saying, I believe in this. If you believe it too, vote for me. Rather than the Milk Toast Group survey Aussie politics. That's pretty funny. Where's my political leader who rocks a mullet and a mo? Like a real fair income Aussie? Yeah, good question. Where'd he go? There he is.
We will hold bad landlords to account because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant.
This is the one. This is the one that got Sky News Australia all riled up there. On your marks. So good. Has everyone seen this one? This one's been doing the rounds a little bit. Let's have a quick look-sees, shall we? This one's been doing the rounds. Can you see that? This is the New York Post. Oh, man. Ah. Why is it doing that? Can you see that? There it is. That's better. The New York Post, on your marks. It's pretty good. Get set, Zoe. Socialist Mamdani wins race for the mayor. The red apple. So much for the big apple. After a campaign that promised high taxes, free stuff, hating Israel, and vibes, Socialist Zoran Mamdani romped to victory last night and will become the 111th mayor of New York City. So good. The Soviet style propaganda, it's so spot on, so good. The red apple, on your marks. Man, I wish I was part of their writing team. I got so much to learn. That's fucking genius. On your marks. Hey, get it? Marks? Hey, I get it. Where's the thing that you had before? What was it? I didn't get to see it. This. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, yearning to breathe free. And he's holding the torch. And there's Trump Tower. It's happening, baby. There it is. Pass Zoe, collect $200 from the rich. So good. Frame that shit. Yeah, I know. It's frame worthy. That's for sure. Of course, Sky jump on this. They're desperate for a new hook. They need another caravan hoax. So good. All right, let's let him finish.
So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us. When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme, and let us build a shining city for all. And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this.
It will be interesting to see his mental gymnastics when he sends his pig goons on the protesters when Trump sends ICE and the National Guard to town. It will be interesting to see how that unfolds. Yes. Very interesting. We will see. We will see. That's like, it's all nice and rhetoric. It's all lovely at the moment. High hopes, as he has said. So we'll see what the track record is like. But like, let's benefit of the doubt. Benefit of the doubt. Let's see if we can get the policies off the ground. Like, you need the legislator. You can't just do some of this stuff as a mayor. Like, there's only so much that there is control, that he has control over. And we will see when the rubber hits the road. You're right. That didn't rhyme at all. Is this the beginning of the Mamdani downfall? This is the end of the red apple, bro. This is the end of the red apple as we know it. Man, that propaganda was so good. Oh, man. That picture of him holding the hammer and the sickle. So good. On your marks. Get set.
And yet,
if
tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month, knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal.
Do New Yorkers still read newspapers? That's an interesting anecdote, that one. I wonder if that's still the case. Yeah, but he's from the Bernie Sanders school of politics, of just joining picket lines and using community organizing to apply pressure until market demand makes it obvious to service that demographic. Yeah, interesting. But now as mayor, will he just be joining picket lines and stuff like that and just community organizing? I think he has to use the levers of power to put pressure on those other politicians that are able to change the policies and get things through, right? Like get his campaign promises through, I guess. That'll be the real... And how he kind of frames that will be really important as well. We watched the Channel 5 thing on his campaign, and they compared him to the a New York councillor who ran a campaign purely via social media and rose to power, and then he's modeled his social media campaign on that, which has ascended him to power. And so if he and his team are worth their salt, if they're clever enough, they will continue to use social media to constantly drive home the fact that they are pushing the promises of their campaign through as hard as possible, and it's the other levels of power that are making it unrealizable, if that is going to be the case. Okay, guys, he's in power now and will probably disappoint you somehow during his term, despite all the good he may do. So get ready to throw him to the wolves like we have everyone else. I'm really excited to see these rocket power buses. Yeah, I'm speculating on that one as well. Look, I'm all for making buses free. I think that's again, I think that really just makes sense. Public transport should be free across the board. But like, how do you get buses to move faster? Now, the only way from a planning perspective to really do that is to have dedicated bus lanes. So like, and a mayor can do that. Actually, well, look, I can only speak for the Australian perspective, but at that level of governance, you can definitely rewrite your traffic controls and rules to dedicate stuff just for buses. That can be done at the local level. Whether that actually works, I don't know, but it's not just about specific legislation and levers of government. Goes or paint those buses red to go faster. Not the blood of the people from food riots. We already have dedicated bus lanes. Oh, well, fuck. I don't know how. Yeah, that's an interesting one, because we've heard that one spoken about a lot. The catchphrase is faster and free. So I do wonder how that works. Again, from a government perspective, spent a lot of time there, and that's a difficult one. I don't know how you do that. It's a really difficult one. You'd have to reduce traffic by incentives. Yeah, to use alternatives, not just to completely change up that system altogether. All right, let's go. Let him finish.
Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back.
Love, Jeff. I didn't know you were in the house. How you going? Don't mess with Zoran. Got it. Welcome, internet friend.
Together, New York, we're going to freeze the... Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and... Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal... Let the words we've spoken together, the dreams we've dreamt together, become the agenda we deliver together. New York, this power, it's yours. This city belongs to you. Thank you.
Dun, dun, dun. There it is. So now when you get all the clips and all the propaganda that you're going to see around the place, around the culture war zones that we will be traversing, I guess, for the next few days, if not longer, you've got some context as to why America is about to face its reckoning. And it's the end times, because a socialist is about to take center stage. Did he just quote Captain Planet? I don't know. The power is yours. Oh, yeah. That's interesting. I didn't even pick up on that. That one's for the millennials out there, hey? That one's for the millennials. The power is yours. Very nice. Now, I feel inspired. I'm ready to give benefit of the doubt, for sure. For sure. I think the real test, actually, I think you might have a point with the one, Jag, like how they handle what to do with the coppers. If he's going to be using the coppers to shield the ICE agents out there, that'll be interesting to see. That'll be very interesting to see. But like, how does that work between like governorship, I guess, and like within the city itself? I wonder how that works. But yeah, we'll see. When people start protesting about ICE, what's he gonna do? Is he the Antichrist or Greta? That's a good question, actually. That's a really good question. We'll have to refer to the expert on this one. We're going to have to go straight to Peter Thiel. I'll give him a call. I'll get on the phone. Is it really Greta who's the Antichrist? Kind of thing? Hey, who's leading us all and deceiving us all? Or is it fast and free bus Zoran? Hey, what a crazy, misleading world that is. Hey? telling people they can have fast and free buses. The crowd shouted the words rent, free, and childcare. Conspiracy! Rent-free childcare. Mamdani is about to bring down the rental extraction regime. It's over, man. Zoinks. I'd like to see that as well. You know what? Give me capitalist value creation any day over rental extraction. Hey, I'll take it. At least they produce some value at the end of the day. Peter Thiel or Sky News, both experts on the Antichrist. Hey, were you here when we watched Sky News? That one was for you and Wings of Cheese. I hope Wings of Cheese was able to catch that. We got the Sky News perspective on Zoran first off the bat, and let me just tell you, it is bleak. It is bleak. Communism is coming to take over. Radical socialist Zoran Mamdani has taken center stage, and it's the end of times as we know it. The end of times. Giving him too much credit for being the Antichrist. At least Greta has maintained her principles over the years and not caved in when it was convenient for her own personal gain. Yeah, that's an interesting point. That's an interesting point. Politics is different to activism, isn't it? She definitely seems to have stuck to her principles. Now, I'm assuming, like, for the audience, Jag, because people are across everything that we've talked about on these streams, you are referring to Zionist Zoran, caving in on his position when it comes to being, like, a pretty staunch denier of Zionism and supporting Israel, to kind of carrying the propagandistic language that comes with the Zionist lobby group, the Zionist machine, which is part J Street, right? Part AIPAC. He started using that kind of language in his post. I think there was something put in Discord by Avalava, actually, like a couple of weeks ago, where someone had clipped like a post that Zoran had done, and he was basically saying the line when it came to Israel. It was around the time of the peace, I'm pretty sure, the peace deal. And Zoran was saying stuff about how awful it is that Hamas won't give up the hostages and all that sort of stuff, which is typical it's the typical language that the politicians have to use in order to be part of the establishment or be politicians, right? They have to denounce Hamas. There's no room to say, no, Hamas is part of the liberation of Palestine. So, like, they have a right to exist, which is what the Irish president has done. Connolly, she's, very, very, like, maintained it by the look of it, right to the end, right to getting power. She was like, no, I'm not going to denounce Hamas. They have a right to exist. Where there is someone threatening their territory, kind of thing. They have a right for armed resistance. So Zoran kind of has sold out on that principle, it would seem. Larp Jeff, I'll need to go back. Stuck in a work conference learning about how bad CEOs think working from home is. See, that's an attack on working people. That is an attack on working people, because working from home was really this crunch point for capitalism, for world capitalism, where people started figuring out that, like, it was an option. Before that, it was like very, very special circumstances, and you'd have to have some type of absolute liberal god of an employer that actually believed in freedom and working people's rights to try and set up a situation where you could arguably work from home and it be conducive to the needs of the working person. And then it was thrown on everyone, and now it's the cat's out of the bag. It's hard to say that working from home cannot be accommodated. And, like, the CEOs and the minders of capital out there have rallied so hard against working from home because they want their soldiers, they want their grunts, to fall back in line. I think that is a real class war issue, working from home. And so you have to go to a conference just to listen to CEOs, those jet setters, speak about how bad working from home is. It's fucked, man. The class war is real. The class war is real, man. All right, so that's the speech. We did it. You did it. Pat yourself on the back. You made it through. We do this quite a bit these days, actually. Listening to speeches. And it can be a bit grueling sometimes, but we do make it through to the other side, which is nice. Now, let's go have a look at this piece. I think this is funny. I haven't watched all of it yet, so let's have a look. So this is another reaction, an overreaction, but this is another reaction. So this is Fox Business, and the heading here is Mamdani's win marks a dangerous new chapter for America. It's dangerous. This is it. This is where it all ends. Like, people are going to point to this, and tell us all why. This is going to be the point which everyone can point to in the future and say, this is where it all unfolded. The American empire fell, etc., etc. Let's have a look here.
And in case you folks thought that he was just going to stick it to the billionaire class, it really depends on which billionaires, because Alex Soros just wished him a warm congratulations. That's comforting. The New York Post cover says pretty much everything. On your marks, get set, Zo. Okay, so going into it yesterday, I was optimistic. I actually thought that Andrew Cuomo had...
It's the background. It's so good. NYC chooses socialism. Dun, dun, dun. So good. It's so good.
Chance to win. If you took the raw votes from Curtis Sliwa and added them to Cuomo, it would have been a much, much tighter race. And I'm still really impressed with New York City, the turnout close to record levels. But Dagan, the socialist Democrat, or Democrat socialist, whatever he goes by these days, otherwise known as the communist, he did pull it through.
Known as the Democratic Socialist, Social Democrat, whatever the fuck they are. They're all the fucking same. He's a communist, all right? That's all you need to know. The goddamn commie.
New York
so good.
Voters, I'm sorry, it's leaves me speechless, really, just thinking about what happened. But everybody spoke, and we have to accept that outcome and think about what lies ahead.
I can't wait to see how the other Democrats, the ones in Washington, try to normalize DSA, 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 DS, not USA, which is what we heard last night. New York City, however, I was watching last night and thought, why did it take so long? New York City is socialist. The city is run like a socialist economy. That's what it is. We have fully socialized medicine. We have a network of city-run and operated hospitals and health clinics. If you break down the city's budget, oh, by the way, New York City is the biggest employer in New York City. It's, I think, more than 300,000 people are employed just by the New York City government.
Yep, there it is. When government does stuff, it's socialism. So I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Why didn't anyone ever tell me this one before? When the government hires 300,000 people because it needs to provide services to millions of people, which they expect because they pay taxes, and they do have expectations because America is supposed to be the leader of the free world and set standards for what it is to be an advanced capitalist nation. No. When you need to back that talk up with some material reality, and you have to employ 300,000 people in government services just to stay on top of it. That's fucking socialism, eh? Well, remember, governments exist in capitalist worlds too, apparently. It's quite strange hearing the words capitalism and socialism on the ABC News report about this. I'm glad Mamdani is bringing this back into the discourse. That's an interesting point. People are having to use the S word, aren't they? And the C word. And the C word, like, just mentioning the S word makes people talk about capitalism like it exists. For so long, I think the important thing about the neoliberal project is it's made people question the reality of capitalism itself. People are like, it's not really capitalism. That's a really antiquated term from like the 80s, from the Cold War. Capitalism doesn't exist, man. We just live in a free society. Capitalism is like this other thing. We're just free. Right? We just have democracy. But yeah, people are starting to have to kind of take a position and defend capitalism itself in order to oppose socialism, which is a bunch of city-run hospitals and 300,000 people employed by the government. Hey, evil government. They're the worst, man. That's nothing new. I use the C word every day. We're talking about the same C word here, right? If anything, the right should be applauding his so-stem policies are just going to humanize capitalism and help prolong its existence. That is always the problem, right? In 2024, 82% of CEOs thought working from home would be finished in 2025. It's now dropped to 23% for 2026 or 2025, I guess. Thought I'd share that positivity amongst all this communist darkness. That's very interesting, isn't it? Good. Fuck the CEOs. They just want people around to be in the office so when they walk through, they feel powerful. That's all it is. They want that power. They can tell people what to do. They can't tell people what to do via a Teams meeting. They hate that. They want people there to kiss the ground that they walk on. Oh yeah, the government bails out the banks all of the time. It's socialism for the rich on Wall Street. That is a really good point. I always forget that one. Socialism is acceptable when it's for the rich.
Time employees. But if you break down the budget, you've got 27% of the total budget is just for education spending.
Oh, fuck, outrageous.
Another
education? What? Hey, we need to educate people? That's fucking socialist. It's socialist propaganda.
17% for social service agencies. And then another 29% of the budget, other agency spending.
Is this the budget that exists at the moment before the evil socialists got in? Is that what she's talking about here? No, she did say it's a socialist city already. It's already socialist. That's right.
Depending on, I said this yesterday, fringe benefits and pensions is another 22%. It's socialized. That's all it is. So this is a jerk circle that you have elected a socialist to fix problems.
Jerk circle? I wonder if she did that on purpose. She flipped it around, or she doesn't actually understand how hilarious that statement is. It's a jerk circle.
Created by socialism.
Oh, that's so good.
Well done. Last night, however, listening to that speech, and he quoted, I think, Mario Cuomo when he said, you run with poetry, but you govern with prose. I think that's a Mario Cuomo quote. That's a big flex on Andy Cuomo. But he did not sound like the smiley face, I just want to be mayor for everybody. He was to President Trump and all of the people who make 6, 7 figures, 8 figures in New York City, be afraid, be very afraid, and he might as well have said, get out, and they will.
All the people that make 6, 7, 8 figures? Like, hello? Like, who are you speaking to? Who's watching your show? It's not people that make 6, 7, or 8 figures. You're speaking to the wrong crowd here, I would say.
To me, I really thought, Taylor, that the electorate changed. It changed in a way that I had not really gotten a full grasp on, even living here in New York City. And this is in a post-COVID world, with people having moved to Texas and Florida and greener pastures that don't tax them on their income, and corporations moving as well. But what's so interesting to me, if we can go back to this full screen of the pockets of strength that Mamdani saw. Under age 30, he got 78% of the vote. He got 67% of the Democrats here. He got 61% of the Asian vote. 57% of the voters that he got were college educated, and he got 55% of the black vote. So it gives you a sense of who is here, what the mix is and what their issue is. And of course, 56% said that issue was cost of living.
Yeah. So look, he's done a great job at honing in on an issue, which is affordability. The promises of all the free stuff sounds good. We'll see how the experiment turns out. I think I like to quote this morning that every couple years we need a fun experiment in socialism to remind us who the adults really are. Let's see how this goes.
That's a good one. Oh, got to remember, there's some fucking zingers coming out here. You need a fun experiment in socialism every couple of years to remind everyone who the real adults are, who's the real big boys of capitalism.
Did a quick little, very formal statistical survey on Instagram this morning, Jackie.
Informal polling.
Very good. And yes, all 4 of my lovely law school friends under the age of 30 are voting for him, super excited. And that tracks. Yeah. The college-educated, white, privileged, under the age of 30. So that is an electorate that has changed. I am excited that for one of the first times in a while, we're going to have a side-by-side comparison of the city on the hill that I love, San Francisco, who ousted London Breed, brought in Daniel Lurie, the heir of the Levi fortune, a moderate, business-friendly Democrat. Let's track San Francisco's progress with him in charge, wildly different views to what Zoran Mamdani wants to do. Let's see how these two cities go.
It really shows you that they do have pretty much a one-party kind of milieu going on in the US, where she can be like so typically for this news outlet, they stop like Republican supported, but when there is an evil socialist Democrat and a nice business kind of, heir to the $1 billion Levi Corporation kind of politician in another city, then they're like, oh, it'll be really good to see the two do their thing. A pro-business Democrat versus an evil radical socialist Democrat. I know which one I will support every day of the week. It's the pro-business one. It just really shows you that at the end of the day, the two parties are pretty similar as long as they're pro-business. That's the main thing. That's the type of candidate we want.
With each other. Lurie has wildly different views when it comes to police, taxing businesses, mass transit. So that'll sort of give us a toe-to-toe of which city can recover and which system works.
When you think about what happened in Virginia and you think about what happened in New Jersey, Lou, as well, it was a sweep for the Democrats pretty much across the board. And so many are saying this is a referendum on Donald Trump. But when you tell me, and in those places, cost of living and affordability were also central issues, when you tell me that's the issue.
It's turning into McCarthy 2.0? In what sense? Tell me, please.
I say he's only been in office for 10 months.
Yeah,
so this is a problem that predated him strongly. I'm not saying that, gaslighting or saying it's not the issue. It is the issue. But it's got such a deeper root than a Trump presidency.
Yeah, I don't think it's a referendum on President Trump whatsoever. I think it's a wake-up call for the Republicans. We've been talking about this nationally, how we just are terrible at advertising and coming up with solutions, right? We're not meeting the electorate where they're at, and that's on social media. Now, here in New York City, I think you're going to see the same things happen in Virginia as well. The social media sound bites don't really turn into great strategies and policies. His big thing is affordability. I think that's the hot button issue, but you cannot redistribute and tax what you chase away to make things affordable. And that's going to be the economic reality I think New York confronts. Capital is going to flee, both intellectual and monetary, but you're not going to be able to redistribute it to a way that he is enduring and has another term here.
I'm glad you brought that up because, Brianna, then that brings me to you. We talked about young voters. He got a lot of female voters here in New York City. I was really shocked by those statistics as well. And so when you look at this, you say, he promised you all these things. He's not going to be able to deliver all those things. Your quality of life might actually go down as a result of him being in City Hall. And so what do people expect? What do they think? And when they start to see that, how do you think they're going to feel?
I don't think they're thinking, and I think the biggest problem right now is young women. I mean, look to Virginia, right? Jay Jones, someone who fantasized about murdering Republican children,
I couldn't believe that.
Had a massive margin of victory amongst women. How, as a woman, whether you're a mother or not, could you think, oh my God, this man wants to kill my future children, let me vote him in office? And we saw Republicans do a really good job in 2024 with young men ages 18 to 29. One, we have to break into that with females. And two, young men actually came out for Democrats yesterday. So I think there's another issue there, and that is Republicans need to stop all the infighting we constantly see. They need to focus on the hardcore issues that attracted young men in 2024, because if you lose those young men this next year, you're going to lose the midterms, and that's going to be a problem.
But how much of this is just an age issue, right? I mean, you talked about the adults in the room. We have to go through these experiments. I think about it like parenting, right? I have two almost adult children where you know how things are going to end sometime. You warn them, you advise them against it, you show them the evidence, and they just have to learn by doing. They have to learn
the hard way.
Right? And I think that's what you saw in the stratification of the voting, that based on age, an under 45 age demographic is saying, hey, I'll give it a try. I'll give it a social experiment.
Listening to someone this morning who basically said you could read, even if they did read all of the history and all of the examples where socialism has failed, to your point, they have to...
Stab. There it is again. Every time it's been tried, it fails. And socialism, remember, by their own definition, is when you have city hospitals and universal health care. By their own definition. By their own definition. All right? So let's just take that one and, jerk circles. So good. Oh, man. I'm so glad I picked up on that one. But just by their own definition, socialism is when government does free stuff and universal health care. I'm pretty sure there's examples all over the fucking world where people have figured out how to provide universal health care, and not just on a city basis, on a national basis. This can be done. So if you're going to just use your usual points about socialism failing all the time, just remember your metric for socialism is when the government does stuff. And the government does a lot of stuff around the world. So I don't know exactly. If you want to use the classic one, it's just look at Russia, look at China, look at Cuba, look at Cambodia, all that sort of stuff. Different stuff. But if the metric is simply, the bar is simply when the government does stuff, then governments do stuff all around the world. It's really hard. Been thinking about this over the stream, but I'm starting to see a lot of misconception on intersectionalism. It's not about isn't centering the identity of the individual. It's about centering the story and showing how it doesn't matter about the identity because our stories are all connected. It's not meant to be a culture war ideology. It's a class-based ideology about oppression from a certain system of European imperialism. Fair enough. And is there any specific examples of what you're talking about in terms of where you've seen this misconceived in the stream so far? It's not meant to be a culture war ideology. It's not meant to be a culture war ideology. No. But intersectionality does form part of the culture wars. Because people choose which forms of intersection they are. You call it about identity. Okay, then yes. Then yeah, people use intersectionality and they play upon, or they use particular intersection points which are outside of the economic struggle or their economic position, their class, based on economics. And so if they're going to speak about that sort of stuff does definitely get mixed up in the culture wars, 100%. Because intersectionality is infinite. And so, if you want to call out everybody's intersections and layers of oppression or struggle, then that sort of stuff does get enmeshed in the culture war. 100% it does. Even intersectionality itself as a concept has become part of the culture wars because people have used it as ammunition to take people down. So even mentioning intersectionality itself has become a culture war issue. And then it's there it is again, cultural Marxists talking about intersectionality. So it even itself as a concept has done that. Does identity end up in class identity eventually? Does identity end up in a class identity eventually. Well, it is a form of identity, yeah. Like whether you're working class or not, whether you're bourgeois or not, or all the other typical Marxian terms for stuff. Proletarian, whether you're lumpen proletarian, petty bourgeois. Sorry, doesn't identity end up in a class identity eventually? Yeah, but like I would argue, and the history of intersectionality is actually founded in the idea of there being a base layer for something to intersect with. And so the base layer should be remembered anyway, that the proponents of intersectionality were actually people that built upon their class position as the primary foundation of intersectionality. I don't think a lot of people remember that or understand that. Also, who's saying these things? Jordan Peterson types? Yeah, of course that's Jordan Peterson types, or people that use his rhetoric as ammunition to prove their points. But like, it doesn't matter, because if people don't understand the concept and people like him bring it into the conversation, then intersectionality itself becomes part of the culture wars. So, but intersectionality is definitely based on the same kind of metrics as identity politics, how people identify with things, because it forms part of their identity, and their identity is built usually on layers of intersecting forms of oppression. It's like a network effect kind of thing, and like it's where all that sort of stuff crosses over. How do I identify as a revolutionary, if that's what you mean? I guess if that's what you're talking about. If that's what your question was. I identify as a revolutionary, as an anti-capitalist. Yeah, but there's many levels to my identity. Yes. And my point, and usually you would know on this stream, is I don't really focus on that. I focus on the class war, baby. Because again, my identity would be wholly unique, individual, and potentially even infinite, because I could identify with infinite numbers of things. Potentially infinite, anyway. I've never made a list. All right, that's enough. I can't do Fox News business anymore. But like, this is the reaction. This is the vibe that's going on out there. This is how people are reacting to evil Zoran. No, the socialists, the radical socialist takeover of New York City, the most important hub, the largest city in America, the biggest and most important financial hub, arguably in the world, has now been taken over by a socialist. It's now going to be called the Red Apple. And so the doomerism has started. Like, you can find a lot of places that you can find unison with other people, though, that you share a lot with other people, not just unique. Yes, even your class identity is part of that. Yeah, okay, fine. Like, I could find a lot of things to unify with people on. Like, I could, not that this is intersectionality, but I could find things in common with people. So like, I like noodles, and I could find all these people that like noodles as well. And like, we could all embrace each other over a bowl of noodles or something like that. But like, if we're talking about, being anti-capitalist here, and like actually having a problem with the system itself and finding a solution to the systematic issues of the world that we live in, identifying different forms of struggle within that is, it is important to fight different struggles and fight against oppression. If you really want to solve the type of oppression that is inherent in a capitalistic system, then you must treat capitalism itself. And so it's important to recognize the economic situation, your identity, your intersection there, and find unison on that. In order to address capitalism. If you're not interested in addressing the systematic issues and you just want to look at one issue at a time kind of thing and go for that, then go for the issue. Nothing wrong with that. I don't think I've ever said anything is wrong with that. But like here on this channel, and myself specifically, we focus on the class war. The point of this channel is not to get involved in identity politics or intersectionality where there are other forms of oppression and focus on that battle outside of the focus on being anti-capitalist. Not that those things can't intersect, but like as long as it is related to that objective, that's the main thing. Yeah, but if you listen to Zoran was talking about the cultural things or about their identity as working people and showing that all these cultures are joined by the line of class-based oppression. I just think it's more connected than you give it credit from. I think I acknowledge that, though. I don't know what you're talking about. I actually acknowledge the fact that he said that, you know, they divide us between telling, you know, people that make $30 an hour that their enemy is someone that makes $20 an hour. I gave him credit for that. But like I was laughing, I think what you're talking about, at a joke made by someone in the chat who said, like, how many people is he going to list here? Has he gone through the entire checklist? And the checklist is infinite. So like you can go through the entire identity politics checklist if you want, but like it'll never age well because by the time, you know, in 10 years time, that list will look pretty shit by comparison. So like, I'm not sure what point you're actually trying to make here. So you'll have to be a little bit clearer if you're trying to make a point about identity politics and intersectionality and what that has to do with the main point of this channel. And even what Zoran was talking about, I acknowledge when Zoran made good class-based, used good class-based rhetoric. I acknowledge that. But I don't agree with just kind of talking about identity politics for the sake of talking about identity. Like you said, it should be about identifying working people and different working people that are out there and celebrating different working people. Not celebrating difference for the sake of celebrating difference, but celebrating the various ways that working people struggle. I agree with that. I wonder if we're talking about the same thing. I engage in fellatio with noodles. I'll let you decide if they're cooked or not. Well, considering your comments before on the word flaccid, then maybe you enjoyed fellatio with cooked noodles, potentially. Then you can jam them into more sentences. You can jam the word into more sentences, potentially. All right, we are going to change gears completely now. Absolutely, completely changing gears here. And we're going to talk about something that I really wanted to look at last week, but no one seemed interested at all. But Trump and Xi met. Xi Jinping and Trump, they did the handshake. They went behind closed doors. They sorted some stuff out. They're going to take some more soy, and Trump's going to not go so hard with tariffs. I can't remember exactly what the agreement is, but we're going to have a look at the new Atlas now. And the new Atlas has just done a hit piece on why this whole deal was all just like smoke and mirrors, and America has its foreign policy aims when it comes to China, and it's not going anywhere. Like, it's really not going anywhere at all. This was just, like show politics for the plebs, us plebs. They met, they shook hands, they took some photos, but like nothing is going to change on like the world stage. There might be a few little, trade deal differences going on here, but ultimately America is going to do what America wants in order to ensure that they have global domination, and like China's going to try and break free of those constraints, and that's what we're going to be seeing on the world stage, especially as we go deeper into a period now where people are speculating more and more on World War III, on like the boundaries and the constraints, the ramifications of like the Cold War 2.0. So we're going to have a look at the new Atlas now, because I think I just love Brian now. And we're going to have a look at what he says. Trump also says Xi promised not to invade Taiwan as long as he is in power. Long live the king. There it is. I didn't know that. I didn't know he said that, actually. It's the turtle guy. Trump also says Xi promised not to invade Taiwan. That's interesting. To be fair, spaghetti does seem like a very flamboyant word to start with. Eh? Flaccid spaghetti. Is that doing it for you there, Jerry Poppins? I hope it is. I hope it is. All right, let's have a look here. What did he call it, Brian? Even the way that he titles his videos is sarcastic. So good. God, I love you, Brian.
Is November.
Yeah. Fake handshakes versus continuity of agenda. Trump repeats first term bait and switch on China relations. So good. All right, let's have a look. And like they are doing so well. Like when we first looked at the new Atlas, they were on like 250k subs. He's on 300 in like a couple of months. He's killing it, Brian. Good on you, Brian. Okay. Killing it, bro. It's the turtle guy. So good. Yes, it's the turtle guy. We're back. And we're going to learn about what's really going on. And that meeting between the two of them was just a bit of bullshit. So China can, you know, it's facing its own kind of economic pressures. Let's just call it that. And it needs to maintain a good level of trade with the US so it can continue to churn out things for the global economy. So it's in its interest to have a nice, stable relationship economically with the US. And like the US really is dependent on China. Like the rest of the world, we're completely addicted to China. And so, you know, it was just two world leaders kind of just calming things down. But they've got both gone back to their corners and they're ready to go at it, especially the US. They know how to contain an enemy, let's call it. So let's see what Brian's take is on all of this, shall we?
November 2nd, 2025, I want to kind of do a roundup of a bunch of different stories that have taken place recently that I have commented on in daily posts that I post up on platforms like Telegram, X, even YouTube. I'll show you where on YouTube you can find that. And let's just get right into it. I want to talk about U.S. President Donald Trump meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping. This meeting has created a storm of analysis. You have different people, so-called experts, parsing every little sentence and word and gesture, micro-analyzing absolutely everything. And I just want to remind people that President Trump did this during his first term. He met with President Putin, he met with President Xi, and he had nothing but good things to say about all of them, how bright and wonderful the future would be between the US and all of these countries. And then for the rest of his term in office, he just picked up right where President Barack Obama left off in encircling and containing both of these countries, which is a decade-spanning policy the US has been pursuing since actually all throughout the Cold War, since the end of World War II, all throughout the Cold War and ever since. And that continues even to this day. So we're just watching a repeat of President Trump's first term in office. He's meeting with President Putin, and then he's escalating the war in Ukraine against Russia. That is a U.S. war being waged against Russia through Ukraine. He posed as wanting to end it. He blamed the Biden administration for starting it. His Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, claimed that it is a U.S. proxy war being fought against Russia through Ukraine. And then he not just continues it, but he is actually escalating it out of one side of his mouth while out of the other side of his mouth claiming he wants to end it. So it's just typical. This is what he did all during his first term. And now he's doing it through his second term. And he's doing the exact same thing in terms of U.S.-Chinese relations. So everybody pumped up on hope that because President Trump called the U.S. and China G2, this means he has ended again, a decades-spanning unipolar world order led by the United States for U.S. special interests, unelected interests, the same interests every presidential administration has worked for, including the Trump administration, previous and current.
I think this is probably a good point. What he's saying here as well is like how clever, if it's clever, I don't know, or maybe he's just naturally manipulative like this as the art of the deal guy, but he is really good at saying one thing to the crowd and then just doing the complete opposite. Like, he's famously, he's the president of peace and like no wars, and like his rhetoric has been that, and he talks constantly about how he's, the president of peace, and then at the same time he's threatening people and killing people indiscriminately in, the Caribbean, and like bombing Iran, unilaterally just going out and like not even checking with the levers of power as well, just making decisions and attacking people, really aggressive kind of stuff. And so he can speak out of one side of his mouth, say one thing, and then, do something on the other. It's a clever trick, and it's part of kind of the cult of personality stuff that has been developed around MAGA, because you have a faithful kind of supporter base, and like it really doesn't matter what you do. You control the conversation and you say what's true, and people just go with that. They completely go with that, actually, even if it's really clear. Like what he did with Nigeria at the start of the week. He literally just said that he will attack Nigeria if it pleases him. And this is again from the person who is the president of peace, starts no new wars, and deserves the Nobel Peace Prize. And look at what's going on in Palestine. Like Gaza, again, they are actually just straight out artillery shelling the Gaza Strip now. Like it's not even, like before it was kind of like, oh, they killed one of ours and so we had to kill 20 of theirs or something. I don't even know if there's any pretense now going on in Gaza that Israel isn't just going back to the status quo as to like what was happening just like a month ago, where they're just killing Gazans now. They might not be doing it at the same intensity maybe, but they're just killing them daily again. And they're withholding the supplies. They were supposed to be getting heaps more supplies through. And Israel is stopping people at the border of Jordan or Egypt or, wherever they're trying to get through down in the south. They're not letting them through. And winter is coming too. So like it's going to be really harsh, the conditions soon. So like, all I can think about is maybe Trump has done this on purpose, or like he's manufactured this position. Obviously, it's not just him by himself. It's probably been done. He's been advised to do this by Israel, but he's speaking peace with one side of his mouth, and on the other, they've gotten all the Gazans back in. Maybe it's just so they could finish the job over the winter time. They're going to bombard them a little bit, cut them off from their supplies, and maybe when winter is going to finish them, they'll let them back in so they can finish the job. Like, so much for the peace plan.
Somehow, by just saying not even a word, just a letter and a number, somehow that has ended this decade-spanning objective of these deeply rooted, unelected corporate financier special interests. So let's go to X. This is the post that I did on this. Short memories regarding agreement incapable America. And I do believe it was Russia that labeled the United States as agreement incapable. And it's not because President Donald Trump is agreement incapable or President Joe Biden is agreement incapable. It's because of the unelected special interest in the U.S. driving U.S. foreign policy. They are agreement incapable. They are determined to maintain U.S. primacy over the entire planet. They do not accept the concept of a rival, ally, or adversary alike. They reject that. They want a unipolar world order. You cannot make an agreement with people who see themselves as superior to everyone else and who rejects the very concept of working together with others rather than placing everyone under they themselves. So let's go back. Recent U.S.-Chinese talks regarding the array of tariffs, restrictions, sanctions, and other financial, economic, and diplomatic measures the U.S. is trying to and failing to use to contain China are almost irrelevant. So the outcome of this meeting is virtually irrelevant. I'll explain in just a minute. The U.S. is incapable of upholding its own proposals and agreements, and certainly will not honor any agreements made from a position of weakness.
Is that like, that was actually the vibe that I got from it too. Like I was actually thinking that we would have so much more time spent figuring out what it was that Xi and Trump actually got to when they had this meeting, this jerk circle, as it will now be known as, when they got together. I thought they were going to be, there's something really kind of impactful coming out of this, significant, was going to come out of this meeting. It was basically like, hey, you take some soy and we'll drop some tariffs. And that was it. And like, this is the two heavyweights in the world at the moment that could basically determine the fate of the human race as we know it, if they get a little bit too belligerent and start, pressing each other's buttons a little bit too much. But whatever. And it was just a non-event. I remember the first time they met, it was, it was big news. It was huge. And the fallout of their meeting was very little talked about in the mainstream media. I didn't hear many analysts going on about it. Like, he's right. Like, the best thing that you got were, those strange channels that look at body language and stuff. And they're like, oh, did you see the way that Trump made Xi shake his hand? He's definitely dominant in this frame. But if you slow it down to this one, you can see where Xi takes a hold of Trump. He's got him by the balls here. It was just a lot of that type of stuff without the real kind of nuts and bolts of what it was that they came to agreement on. And it was just to, not be so harsh on each other economically. That was pretty much it. What's going on there? Why did they even meet him for? Why? Why did Trump go and meet Xi in the first place if that's all that they were going to do? Shake hands.
And I will go on to explain in this post that the U.S. is an empire in decline. And in many ways, it is operating from a position of weakness. And it will agree to things with Russia and with China just out of pure pragmatism, not because it thinks that, well, now we have to adjust our position and we have to be more rational and reasonable and just accept our place in a
Mo Love, yo, welcome.
Multipolar world order. No, they are buying space and time to reorganize themselves so that they could reassert themselves. That is all they have ever did. That is exactly what they are doing right now. This is what I explained. Progress, and it's in quotation marks, emerging from talks will take the same form as temporary pause and reorganization before the U.S. doubles down on another campaign of attempting to encircle and contain China, both through the above stated measures, so things like tariffs, restrictions.
I'm paying attention to Trump and 11 Jinping just because of the implications for us. Yeah, I was worried about that too. I was really thinking, what does this mean for Australia? And there was hardly any real results of that meeting. It seemed to be rather strange, actually. It just seemed to be a photo op. I was really disappointing. And like, we watched the little part of it in an afters section where they got together. They both said some stuff. She said some nice things about how Trump helped stop what was happening in Gaza, which again has completely started back up again anyway. But no one's talking about it. And there was some pleasantries. They shook hands and they fucked off. And like, I really want to know what that means for Australia. Now, if Australia was smart, Australia would be using its position better. I think we had the upper hand when it came to the mineral stuff recently, and we didn't use that. And like, and China's our biggest trading partner, so we just got to be careful kind of how we treat relations generally. But yeah, I was struggling to get any value from their meeting. It really just seems like it was just a spectacle.
Sanctions and all of these other measures, but also through the military and non-military means of coercion and political capture along China's periphery and the toppling of governments friendly with Beijing, Venezuela among them. So even amongst all of this talk, I see analysts, so-called analysts, talking about the U.S. and China, they're writing a new chapter for their collective future. Even as they're saying these things, the U.S. is openly toppling governments right on China's border. They just toppled the government in Nepal right on China's border, and they are threatening to maliciously, for no reason and no justification at all, they're talking about invading and overthrowing the government of Venezuela. And that is because it is an ally of both Russia and China, also Iran. The U.S. is essentially waging an undeclared war against all of these countries. And because it cannot get what it wants directly from these countries, it is targeting their allies.
It's an interesting point. The Nepal one is interesting because we actually looked at the situation in Nepal by speaking to people recently on a podcast that Me4IS did. And like the conversation that they were saying, it didn't really confirm, but it did not deny the idea that like there was heavy US intervention, not only at the macro level, and like they probably were the ones that helped instigate the coup through their soft power, let's kind of say, but they were also funding organizations on the ground like NGOs, like at a very, very micro level. And they've been doing that through the history of destabilization in that region, through the destabilization of Tibet, again, on China's right on China's boundaries there. And they kind of talked about these different foundations, the Barbara Foundation, for example, which gets money from the US and like helps kind of fund insurgencies or revolutionaries, whatever you want to call them, that are a thorn in the side of China. And so like he's bringing up the fact that Nepal has gone down to help cause problems for China, and now Venezuela is on the chopping block because they are an ally of China and Russia, and so they need to be dealt with just because it will help fuck up China and Russia. It definitely shows like kind of the broader structure of what's really going on here. Doesn't Australia have an enormous US military base? I can't remember what it is, but like in the middle of nowhere. Yet we do. I think we have multiple, probably, sections or areas where the US use our land mass for their advantage. But like, yeah, we're a very strategic position in the Pacific, and yeah, a very large arena as well in which to, strike from, I guess you would say, depending on how you look at it. It's interesting he brought up Nepal again. He loves talking about Nepal. And from our investigations with Nepalese youth who were involved in the movement, they're not disqualifying the fact that there is US intervention. The first person we spoke to from Nepal about it, they were like, nah, man, this was all Gen Z. It's got nothing to do with that. Don't make it out to be somebody else's war kind of thing. This is all about us. And then the second group of people that we spoke to, then they were like, hello. This is definitely got a flavor of US intervention, but they've been doing this stuff historically throughout the region just to get at China. So it was interesting seeing that confirmed from a source outside of Brian. I wonder if Brian would like to speak to some Nepalese people.
They believe are too far-flung for these nations to help defend it. They're probably right about that. And we're probably going to watch Venezuela suffer serious death and destruction, if not a total collapse of the government, because of this, because nothing has fundamentally changed. The U.S. is still pursuing this singular obsession of global primacy. They are not getting what they want because they are an empire in decline. And so they are looking for other ways, more indirect ways, to try to reassert their domination over the planet and remove from the board allies, partners, potential partners from this growing multipolar world, to further isolate it, to give the US a better chance of reasserting itself over it and containing multipolarism before it irreversibly ascends over US-led hegemony. When the US has recalibrated its policy of encirclement and containment of China, it will sidestep any agreements it has made and will relaunch any and all measures it thinks will undermine China's rise both within its borders and well beyond them. How many times have we seen the US make all kinds of agreements with Russia, with China, with Iran? It was in the middle of making an agreement with Iran when it, through Israel, struck at Iran, attempted a decapitation campaign aimed at its military, scientific, and political leadership. And then the U.S. itself attacked Iran in open.
Do you think that's the case? Like, what he's saying here is, remember when Israel struck Iran and took out people in their Revolutionary Guard, like took out top people and top scientists of their nuclear program. I think it was, I don't know, 6 months ago now. I can't remember exactly when. But like his insinuation here is the US was the architect of that, and they did it through Israel, their little proxy state over there. Like, I don't know if I buy that. I think Israel are pretty fucking belligerent themselves, and they're pretty capable of making their own decisions about how they destabilize the Middle East. Like, I've researched enough to understand that Israel have their own plans there, and they actually use the Americans to destabilize the Middle East to help ensure that they become more anchored into that region, and they'll never get out as a result of that. The more instability that's in the Middle East, thanks to their presence, the better it is for Israel, because they're able to defend their position so much better. So I don't know if it's I wouldn't attribute wholly the fact that America was trying to get to Iran, and so they used Israel originally before then striking. Because like if America, like Trump has proven, if America really wants to attack Iran, they'll just bomb Iran. They won't even need to go through Israel. Mo Love. Today they attacked Lebanon again. Israel is the architect and US is the brawn. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, is it chicken or is it egg? Yeah, I guess. Like, it's both of them. Like, fuck it. But like, I just want to highlight that because like Brian's kind of making it sound like this is what the US wanted to do and they used Israel as a puppet. If anything, they're both just doing this to destabilize the region. And like, Israel doesn't need any fucking... it's not like they take their orders from the US anyway, let's be honest. But like, yeah, they don't need sanction from the US before they strike Iran. They'll just do it. I'd say Israel used propaganda to convince the US to have the idea to bomb Iran. They use inception. And they do a lot of that stuff. They definitely control the US from that regard, 100%. And they do it through, like, not only through, like, AIPAC and stuff like that. They have their own billionaire Zionists on both sides of the fence, Zionist billionaires, on both sides of the fence, and especially in the US that like write and dictate all of this policy and make the decisions. They don't even need AIPAC a lot of the time to do this type of stuff. They just have billionaire Zionists that help make these calls.
Again, war of aggression against Iran. And so that is what they will do with China. And they're already openly doing it. And China knows this. It's just
check out
these
this
analysts in the West, including in the alternative media. Do they understand this? Or do they just not care?
Say, you've hurt someone's feelings there, Jerry Poppins. I think you should apologize for that. Not an Iron Dome. Is it?
That's a question we have to ask ourselves. The U.S. doesn't do diplomacy. How much more obvious does this need to be for people to understand this? There is no diplomacy. The U.S. has no concept of diplomacy. Instead, what it does is buy time and space to create conditions that may not currently be optimal to achieve its long-term objective. That objective always has been and continues to be global primacy and the elimination of all rivals, adversary, and ally alike. Unless this fundamental objective and the interests driving it change, and they aren't, and they won't anytime in the near future, the only thing about U.S. policy that will change are the ways it attempts to pursue this and nothing else. Okay, so it's very important to understand that. And now, no sooner did I post this than the next day, I was looking at a couple of things, actually. I was looking at, well, first of all, I've been tracking the U.S. build up for war with Venezuela. So again, people thinking that Trump is turning this around and he's breaking free from decades of U.S. Pursuit of primacy, even as he's openly planning to attack and overthrow the government of Venezuela. But there are all of these other aspects that demonstrate nothing at all has changed in terms of U.S. foreign policy objectives, just the approach they're taking to try to achieve them. And so I posted that, then I received an email from someone in Malaysia, and they were asking me to look into Malaysia's Anwar Ibrahim. Now, I have been warning about him for years because, as you can see in this picture right here, he has been a U.S. National Endowment for Democracy stooge. I don't know what other word to use, for years and years. This is him literally in Washington, D.C., hanging out with the National Endowment for Democracy. Here's Carl Gershman, the former head of the National Endowment for Democracy. There he is, in case you... is that Anwar Ibrahim? Yes, that's Anwar Ibrahim. He's a panelist, and he's a frequent attendee at NED events in the United States, and also his whole political movement in Malaysia has been built up by the National Endowment for Democracy, George Soros's Open Society, all the NED subsidiaries like the International Republican Institute, the National Democratic Institute. They literally built up his whole political movement, and they got it into power. And then there was a point where Malaysia's own deeply seated interests, they tried to maybe win him over or collaborate with him, maybe trying to neutralize his loyalty, his allegiance to the United States. And then people were telling me, look, Brian, Anwar Ibrahim, he's meeting with China, he's dealing with China. You're completely wrong about him. I'm not wrong about him. He literally is working with and for the National Endowment for Democracy. This is indisputable.
Okay, so the National Endowment for Democracy seems to be, as we have discovered over our time here, if you're listening and wondering what the fuck he's talking about, is a element of American soft power. So there is an organization that goes around the world promoting the ideas of democracy. So this is a trope that the Americans have used to maintain their power over the world for a long time, you know, through aggressive means and non-aggressive means. They have wanted to bring democracy to a lot of people and liberate them. But like, this is not the war type of bringing people democracy. This is the, let's get organizations on the ground in other countries that can train people up and spread kind of propaganda that will destabilize governments that aren't conducive to what America likes, basically. And so the example that he has used, which is a prime example that we've been speaking about here, is the idea of what's happened in Nepal. The National Endowment for Democracy was in Nepal, and they were helping organize people on the ground, and they were spreading this idea that the Nepalese government was corrupt and needed to be dealt with. And lo and behold, you know, you had a Gen Z uprising, the Gen Z revolutions, let's call it, and it was all based around this idea that the government was corrupt and needed to be dealt with. And that's the exact same agenda that the National Endowment for Democracy had been spreading throughout Nepal. And this happens all over the world, wherever the NED exists. This is an element of America's kind of strategy to help destabilize governments around the world. So that's why he's ramming this one home kind of a lot at the moment. There was this interesting kind of quote as well from the founder of the National Endowment for Democracy that I found in another, like, completely unrelated book that I was reading. But the person who founded the National Endowment for Democracy, I'll just try and find the quote, actually, if I can. Where was it? Oh, here it is. So this is a quote that again, from a book that I've been reading, or was reading at the time. So Lauder co-founded Eastern European Broadcasting Network with Mark Palmer, former US diplomat, Kissinger aide, Reagan speechwriter. Palmer is best known for co-founding the National Endowment for Democracy, the NED, which is what Brian talks about all the time. NED, an organization often described as an accessory to US intelligence. The NED's first president confessed to the Washington Post in 1991 that a lot of what we do today was done covertly 25 years ago by the CIA. So the CIA obviously has a big reputation, obviously, for going in to countries around the world and spreading American foreign policy interests. and making sure that things happen in said countries that align with what America wants to see happen there. And so it's interesting that the person who was the first president of this organization just basically said, we just do whatever was done by the CIA years ago, which is interesting. Which is very interesting to think about. Like, that's an open-ended mission to what the NED is really up to. It's just the formal facing CIA. If you can't have the CIA like doing stuff, you just use the NED to go in and fund organizations within the country to help destabilize it. Jungle Potatoes, thank you, Osgrid. I didn't want power today anyways. What happened to you, Jungle Potatoes? And welcome to the stream, by the way. He runs on 100% renewables. Interesting.
It's indisputable. It is a fact. When you see these people meeting with China, you have to understand the United States has no ability to offer any country the sort of opportunity that China offers economically, in terms of infrastructure, production, any sort of material reality. China has all of these offers to make. The United States has no offer to make. It's almost suicidal for a country, no matter how much aligned it is with the United States, to just completely cut itself off from China. Even the US itself is finding it very hard to cut itself completely off from China. Look at countries like the Philippines or Japan or South Korea, completely politically captured by the United States, and yet China is still their largest or one of their largest trade partners in terms of imports, exports, investments, and all kinds of other dealings. So that in and of itself is not evidence that somehow Anwar Ibrahim switched.
I know my house is just a bad spot for power. I lose it at least twice per year. Failing infrastructure in an advanced industrial nation makes you think, right? Are we not spending what we need to on infrastructure? Have we privatized our infrastructure servicing requirements? They wouldn't have something to do with it. No, of course not. It's them greenies. Hey, they're the worst.
Sides. He worked for the NED for years and years. His whole political base of power was built up by the United States. His allegiance is to the United States, and people who do this can never, ever be trusted. And that is what I say in this post. So we're talking about a free trade deal that Anwar Ibrahim signed with the United States, and his political allies who used to be opposed to him again, like I said, there was this period of time where they tried to win him over, including Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, a very famous, long-standing Malaysian politician who has fought for Malaysian independence. Again, you have to remember, Malaysia used to be a British colony, and the U.S. ever since has been trying to reassert Western control over Malaysia. Continued criticism of trade deal politically driven, says Anwar. So he made this deal with the United States, a free trade agreement. Again, the U.S. has nothing to actually offer Malaysia. So anytime you make a free trade agreement with the United States, you're just surrendering your economic sovereignty to the U.S. and its corporations. The very corporations driving this foreign policy objective that I continuously go back to, wanting to assert primacy over the planet, subordinate all of these nations to U.S. interests.
That's a good one. That's actually a really good one, and one we haven't really talked about too much in this stream, I would say, and we probably should. I'm just listening to someone speculate on the idea that when the US offers a free trade agreement to another country, that is a form of power surrender to the US. It allows American corporations to come in and have economic control over the country that it has a free trade agreement with, and offers little benefit to the country itself. The example this person uses is Malaysia. Can you help explain briefly this person's logic in making this assertion? Okay, here we go. The person's argument reflects on a critical or dependency-oriented view of free trade agreements. And it goes like this in a simplified form. Economic hitman. Yeah. I haven't never read that book, though. I don't know if you have. Free trade is not neutral, it's asymmetrical. When the US signs a free trade agreement with a smaller developing country like Malaysia, it's not an equal partnership. The US has far more economic power, capital, and global corporations, so when the barriers are removed, American firms can either enter and dominate local markets, while Malaysian companies rarely have the scale or the resources to compete with the US market. In theory, both sides gain market access. In practice, US multinationals with superior financing, technology, and political backing can easily outcompete local Malaysian firms. This leads to foreign control over domestic industries, especially in sectors like agriculture, manufacturing, or services. Regulatory capture and investor power. Most US-led FTAs include investor-state dispute settlements clauses. These allow US corporations to sue the Malaysian government in international tribunals if local laws, e.g. labor, environment, public health regulations, threaten their profits. Yeah. This is a big one that comes up in a lot of like kind of free trade stuff. Like Australia has sacrificed itself a lot to this type of stuff as well when it comes to the US. This erodes national sovereignty, effectively limiting Malaysia's ability to govern in the public interest for structural dependency. Once US capital and corporations dominate the sector, Malaysia becomes dependent on the US investment and exports to sustain growth. This locks the country into a subordinate position, producing goods or raw materials for US firms or hosting assembly operations while profits are repatriated to the US. I like that word. We repatriate the profits. Political leverage, economic dependency then translates into political influence. Malaysia, like many smaller countries, must stay in Washington's good graces to maintain their investment flows, favorable trade terms, or access to financial institutions like the IMF or the World Bank, which are US influenced. So the US is effectively exports control rather than imports them. This is like the neo-colonialism stuff, right? This is how you don't need armies anymore when you got multinational corporations and free trade agreements, right? You don't need colonialism like you did back in the day. In short, free trade agreement with the US can function less as free trade and more as a mechanism for extending US corporate and political dominance, while the partner country often opens its economy and loses political autonomy. Scary stuff. Don't you dare threaten my profits, with your local labor laws, and wanting to protect your environment. Please, sir, don't cut down this endangered forest or jungle. What? How dare you threaten my profits? So good. The pen is mightier than the sword. There's your comment of the day, Jerry Poppins. Would you like me to connect this logic? No, thank you. That's all right. You've done enough. You've done enough in explaining that, research assistant. Thank you very much.
And doing it through compromised and politically captured figures like Anwar Ibrahim himself. And so in this article, it talks about how he has continued to defend Malaysia's recently signed trade agreement with the US, dismissing criticism from former prime ministers and including
When did Malaysia and the US sign a free trade agreement? When did? A sword, maybe. An AI killbot, I'm not sure. Never actually signed a free trade agreement, though they negotiated one between 2000. Oh, I wonder if this is true or not. Brian's been lying to us? Launched in 2006. Oh man, it's taking ages. It's crunching today, the research assistant. We'll come back to you.
Including Dr. Mahathir Mohamad as being politically motivated. And he simply dismisses all of their very legitimate concerns. And people are starting to realize Anwar Ibrahim used to serve U.S. interests. He still serves U.S. interests. He serves U.S. interests at the expense of Malaysia's interests. That is how U.S. political capture works. I'm going to get into a little bit more of that here in just a moment. And so what I say is, there are people out there who argued with me recently claiming that my warnings about Malaysia's Anwar Ibrahim's history as a U.S. stooge, and in particular his role for years in the national...
So this installment of the new Atlas that we're watching today is just like Brian's upset that all these people have been calling out his bullshit. So he's going through all of his posts and speaking about it. That's pretty funny. Why not, Brian? He's upset.
Endowment for Democracy were somehow irrelevant considering his recent dealings with China. And then I explained, you have to deal with China. Even Aung San Suu Kyi, again, handcrafted sock puppet of the United States government for decades. Her opposition party used to be literally based in Washington, D.C. before they moved it to Myanmar and then installed it into power. And then there was a military coup that ousted her. And people said, Aung San Suu Kyi met with President Xi Jinping. So maybe the army in Myanmar is backed by the U.S. and they're kicking her out because she met with President Xi Jinping. Everyone meets with President Xi Jinping. China is one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful country on earth in terms of at least economic, scientific, and technological power. Everyone meets with China, including President Donald J. Trump and even President Joe Biden before him. Everyone meets President Xi Jinping. Meeting with someone and shaking their hands doesn't mean you're actually friends with them. I mean, do I even...
This is the same thing that Avi does, but with less research and logic. Where he just goes through his social media posts. I told them they were fools. Nobody believed me. Well, look at them now. That's pretty funny. Well, look, you know, it's a scary realization there. And like, you got to come to terms with this, especially Westerners have got to come to terms with this. And more chopping boards. We've got to come to terms with the fact that what he said there in terms of China's not only the biggest economic player in the world, and so it does have the world by the balls, and it could really do what the US is doing and completely destroy many economies around the world, but it's not playing that game. Some would argue yet, but it's not playing that game. Let's just look at the facts in front of us. It's not exactly going out there and imposing its will on everyone overtly as the US does, but it's technologically superior. Now, in the broad range of human history, if we look at this from a historical materialist lens, human dominance or cultural dominance and differences has really been defined by which society has a technological edge on whoever its opposition is. And so I think people haven't really come to terms with the fact of how scientifically and technologically superior China is to most of the world, and largely to the States. Not on all fronts, but on a good majority of them as well. And so it really is, we're talking about managed decline. Now, people talk about the managed decline of the US empire kind of thing ideologically. If you just look at the way that the economy functions and their technology functions, China is light years ahead in terms of the applied use of their technology, taking that and putting it into production and then giving it out to the people and making everyday life more and more advanced. And that was what the US was doing 100 years ago. They were leading the world. Everybody wanted American technology because, they were leading the world in agriculture and scientific fields, in industry, all of the things that really matter and produce value, in public transportation, and civic infrastructure. And, they built this highway network that traversed the entirety of the American landmass, and everyone was like, "You're crazy! You can't do this." And they were like, "We're going to do it anyway." And then they were able to live off the back of a private vehicle revolution, and they just don't do that sort of technological investment anymore, because they work through free trade agreements and people threatening their profits, which is all speculative nonsense. It's not real value production, and it's coercion and bullying tactics. But the Chinese really, on their home soil, and now they're starting to export that to the world, are using the science and the technology they produce and bringing it to life in the real world. It's a very different response that they have to things. I'll see if I can get my next date to cosplay as China and see if they'll grab me by the balls. That's pretty funny, actually. Well, China really could have everybody by the balls. I guess we will see. Time will tell. But like historically, that hasn't been their tactic. But they do use economic dominance to keep the world in check, or to keep their sphere of influence completely in check. And so make sure nobody fucks with them. But do they start fucking with everybody else? That's the $1 trillion question.
Need to explain this. And so when you see Aung San Suu Kyi or Anwar Ibrahim dealing with China, that does not mean that they are allies or partners with China. They're doing it out of a sense of pragmatism. They have to. They're located right there near China. Their economy is so entwined with China. If they were to just cut it off, everything would collapse, and they would not become a very useful proxy of the U.S. if everything collapsed overnight and they were destitute and in complete ruin. So you have to be a little more sophisticated than looking at a picture of a handshake and then thinking, oh, they must be allies. No, they're not allies. They're not friends. Shaking hands means virtually nothing. So him meeting with China, dealing with China, because Malaysia's economy is so entwined with China, doesn't mean anything. That should not be mistaken for a change in loyalty, as Anwar Ibrahim's recent signing of a compromising free trade deal with the U.S. has been condemned by even his own recent allies who tried to win him over from his past service to the U.S., including Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, who called the free trade agreement the handing over of Malaysia's sovereignty. That's very strong language from Dr. Mahathir Mohamad. I don't think he would say that lightly. The type of people who work with the NED can never be trusted and will always be a liability to their nation and people. Anwar Ibrahim is no exception. So I was right about him. And he is...
I told you, I was right. So that's what this piece is. So good. Didn't Albo just do a deal with Trump to give him all of our, what is it? What's that word? Unobtainium? I hope I pronounced that right. Unobtainium. Unobtainium. Oh, right. Very good. That's what's the movie? Fuck, what's it called? I can see them now. Avatar. That's a Avatar reference, isn't it? Unobtainium. Yes, he did. Which is, I'm, in retrospect, very disappointed with. Like, I was kind of thinking at the time, like, what else is Albo going to do here? Everybody wants him to kiss the ring and the meeting to go well, so Australia doesn't get hit up with more, I don't know, sanctions or something like that. Not sanctions, higher tariffs. But like, at the end of the day, we did kind of just gamble away a important sticking point. China has the world by the balls in terms of rare earths. We potentially have rare earths unprocessed, but we have them. And like, could we get a better deal? And we kind of just signed it all away. It was just like, yeah, American corporations, you have it. And it was ultimately structured like a free trade agreement in the sense that there's all these conditions on it about how we have to sell it at a price that's acceptable to America and not deal with any third parties. So we can't just process this stuff and then try and give it to anyone that the Americans don't want us to give it to. So we have given over our sovereignty as well over the rare earth situation. Never get stranded on an island with a Chinese guy. If you tell him to find supplies, don't be shocked when you go looking for him and he jumps out and yells, surprise. Oh my God. Wow. And I read it out too. Very good. Very good. That's your one pass for the day.
Is demonstrating why you don't let someone with a history of collaborating with foreign interests at the expense of your own country's sovereignty. This is why you don't let them anywhere near power. You need to keep them out of power. And you have to ask yourself, if this guy is so popular...
We're playing both sides, so we always come out on top. Fuck, I hope so. If that's the long game, I hope so. I really do. Why in that joke does a Chinese person miss his supplies when English is a pronunciation thing? That's actually that's a good point. Yeah, you've got a lot to answer for there, Dilemmas. Explain your way out of that one. I'd like to see it.
To accommodate him, what is wrong with your country and its security mechanisms that have allowed this huge network to be built up to support him and get him into power? And again, it goes back to the NED, controlling your own information space, rooting out the NED and all the organizations it is funding in your country to politically capture it and, in a sense, continue modern day colonialism in the 21st century. That is what the NED is there to do. You absolutely failed to meet and stop this national security threat. And now you have this person who is compromised in a position of power, and he is signing over Malaysia's sovereignty to the United States. So that's one piece of evidence that people should look at and say, no, well, President Trump is saying G2 and he's shaking hands with President Xi Jinping, but he's politically captured and compromising the sovereignty of Malaysia. Why is he doing that? He's doing that in the same way the US encircled and contained Russia with the expansion of NATO, the political capture of governments in Eastern Europe.
Is that a fucking rooster? Yeah, I was wondering what the hell is going on in the background. Now he does, I'm pretty sure he's an American, but like I don't think he lives in the US anymore. Yeah, it sounds like there's a rooster in the background. And like the first time I went, he was kind of like, oh shit. Yeah, don't worry, no one will notice the rooster. You said it out loud. I did my job just fine. Yeah, I got it. I got done. That's hilarious. Is that a rooster? It is. Okay, so what are we looking at here in Dr. Nathan? Brian is the rooster. China lacks one mineral for its military buildup, Australia's chip. Australia is supplying raw materials for China's military buildup, while at the same time signing up to be a partner of choice for the United States as it seeks to break Beijing's critical mineral stranglehold. He's translating from rooster to English. How good is that? Yeah, what a concept. Oh, right, we're playing both sides. Interesting. Well, yeah, I hope it's a delicate game. I hope we are playing. Because it sounds like if the Americans come in, then it may be a case of we might be forced to choose at some point. So I hope we can continue to play both sides while necessary. Because then, yeah, China is going to use its grip on our balls. Because we do rely on China for a lot of stuff.
Including Ukraine, Georgia, in the Caucasus region even. They're doing the exact same thing in Asia all along China's periphery. They've already recently overthrew the government of Nepal. You have NED-funded collaborators now in the interim government there. And now they're starting to pivot Malaysia.
Yeah, what's the chips thing? Australia's chip? Chip what? Smith salt vinegar chips? Is that what you mean? China will never be the same without Smiths.
What else? I saw this. I saw Pete Hegseth. Yes, sir. The killing of innocent Christians in Nigeria and anywhere. And then in parentheses, I think he meant to say except Syria. Must end immediately. The Department of War. And again,
hey, what about Venezuela? Venezuela has got to be full of Christians, man. Latin America, come on. As if it's not. Does Venezuela have a Christian population? I thought so. Bet you they're Catholic as well, right? Yes, Venezuela has a large Christian population. In fact, overwhelming majority of the country identifies as Christian. Bang, Catholic, fucking on it. And Protestants too, that's interesting. See, this is such bullshit. When fucking Pete Hegseth and Trump get on and start talking about how they're gonna, save Christians in Nigeria, that just means they need an excuse to go into Nigeria. That doesn't mean they care about Christians at all. If they really cared about Christians, they wouldn't be killing indiscriminately Venezuelans at the moment off the coast of Venezuela. Like, let's just say this is accurate. Let's just argue that this is accurate. 85 to 90% of the population is Christian in Venezuela, and they've taken out 15 boats so far, right? 15 boats so far. Let's just say that amounts to 100 people. They've at least killed 90 Christians so far, 80 Christians, let's say. America is out there killing Christians. Like, come on. Such bullshit talk, man. Someone Photoshop Mao on the logo of Smith's Chips. That'd be the way to do it. Chinese buy 40% of our exports. America does 10%. Really, we should have Trump by the balls, considering we supply the bulk of the iron ore and coal China uses to become a superpower. That's interesting. Yeah. Oh. That's what happens when you are a resource nation. We're just a hub, bro. Just a hole in the ground. That we were talking about this the other day. It is such bullshit when they say they want to protect Christians. Such bullshit. And they're killing Christians.
Tell me that President Trump is turning everything around, and yet he renames the Department of Defense to the Department of War. And they're obviously preparing for war with both Russia and China and everyone in between. And people are still trying to tell me that President Donald Trump is turning everything. He's changing everything. The Department of War is preparing for action. Well, what kind of action does the Department of War prepare for? Well, they prepare for the type of action that constitutes war. That's why it's called the Department of War. Either the Niger, let's read the whole.
No, it's too simple, Brian. I want the more conspiracy stuff. Nigeria was like, yeah, bro, we'd love help with radical insurgents. Why do you think the government is doing the persecution? It's like Boko Haram, etc. Yes. And like they said, like, we love some assistance, actually, helping to fight against terrorists. But don't just come in here and just unilaterally make a call on what needs to be done. Please work with us. Okay? But like, let's not let that get in the way of the Department of War defending Christians around the world. That's what we got to do. We dig our stuff out the ground. We call ourselves just diggers. It's a birthright to have wealth for toil. Yeah, well, we're going to have to learn to keep that wealth after we toil for it.
Thing. Either the Nigerian government protects Christians, or we will kill the Islamic terrorists who are committing those horrible atrocities. Who are these Islamic terrorists? They're actually CIA armed, trained, backed, supplied, directed terrorists. Ooh. Has nothing to do with Islam.
We're going to get
his
take on this, because like there's also Al Qaeda and Islamic State in there. It's not just Boko Haram. Now those are, or at one point in time, were CIA backed insurgents that were helping fight whoever America wanted to destabilize at the time. Then they've obviously gone rogue, or not even gone rogue. America's just changed its policy decision, and so it doesn't need them anymore. So now they're an actual terrorist organization. But I wonder what Boko Haram he'll say about them, actually.
As a matter of fact, the number one victim of this extremism the U.S. created, and arms and funds and supplies and directs across the entire Middle East and North African region, and now all the way to Nigeria. These extremists prey primarily on Muslims stretched across this whole region, but then also other ethnic and religious minorities, including Christians. And it isn't just Christians in Nigeria that have been targeted by these U.S. proxies. Again, if you look here,
he's calling Boko Haram a U.S. proxy as well.
Here's President Donald Trump shaking hands with al-Jawlani, the head of al-Nusra, the al-Qaeda branch in Syria the U.S. created, armed and directed, and used to overthrow the Syrian government, including all throughout President Trump's first term in office. He is shaking hands with a man whose organization was mass slaughtering Christians in Syria. And now al-Jawlani is even being invited to the White House. So when you see Secretary Hegseth thumping on his chest about, oh, we're going to take action in Nigeria if the government won't protect Christians, your government is shaking hands with Christian killers, arming them, backing them. You handed all of Syria over to them. And now you're going to invite them to the White House. And I bet you Secretary Hegseth will be sitting there smiling and shaking hands with al-Jawlani, just like President Trump and everyone else will be. Again, there are these analysts who insist that the U.S. is transforming into a constructive member of the multipolar world, even as it openly slashes and burns at it at every possible opportunity. And so now they are, what they're doing right here, what you see Pete Hegseth, and if we come up here, we have Tulsi Gabbard.
Do you reckon people actually think that America or Trump is trying to be the midwife of the multipolar world? Do you reckon that's an actually real thing? He's actually trying to do that at all? I haven't seen any analysts talk about that. Like, I've seen people just try to justify all the crazy stuff that the US does or the Trump administration does, but I've never heard them use that justification. That they think that they're trying to help out, bring in a nice, peaceful, multipolar world. JB, diggers are called so because they were gold rush miners, which the goldfields also started the White Australia policy because they were spooked by groups of Chinese people working collectively. Full circle. There it is.
Okay, again, another neocon in sheep's clothing, pretending that she's going to bring all of this change to U.S. The intelligence community, and then as soon as she gets into office, she's, smiling ear to ear as the U.S. bombs Yemen, justifying it, changing her own position on the supposed state of Iran's nuclear weapons program that there is no evidence that even exists. And now here she is, side by side with Secretary Hegseth, building consensus, manufacturing consent for some sort of U.S. military intervention in Nigeria, which, by the way, has tremendous wealth in terms of oil. And so what a coincidence. Syria, Nigeria, Venezuela, all extremely oil rich and pivotal nations that are part of the growing multipolar.
Tulsi Gabbard. I'd like to see that. Can she Gabbard? That's the real question.
World that the U.S. wants to remove from the rise of multipolarism, precisely because it opposes it and is actively working to stop it. Okay, so that's very important to understand. So that was Tulsi Gabbard. That was Secretary Hegseth, building consensus for war of some kind in Nigeria. Tulsi Gabbard also was talking about recently, President Trump has ended regime change. That is a failed policy. The U.S. is right now trying to overthrow the government of Iran. It is openly preparing to.
Oh, it came up there. Tulsi Gabbard. We shall see. We shall see. Thank you. Auto captions. Fuck yeah.
And openly declaring that it will overthrow the government of Venezuela. It has already overthrown the government of Nepal. It has actively attempted to overthrow the government in Indonesia, has politically captured the government in Malaysia, and is pivoting it with this free trade agreement. And I'm going to get to the Philippines, Australia, Japan, and South Korea here in just a moment. So out of one side of her mouth, we're ending regime change. Out of the other side of her mouth, she is building consensus.
Well, he gets to Australia.
Manufacturing consent to actually do more regime change, to meddle and interfere in even more places around the globe. Continuity of agenda. And the problem is, people who support Donald J. Trump, or people who supported Biden or Obama, they tune in to liberal or conservative media, which is just all deep state propaganda, selling the same exact lie but under different branding and messaging. And these people tune into these outlets, Breitbart, Newsmax, Fox News, and then if you're a liberal, MSNBC, and you have people like Rachel Maddow, they're all telling you the exact same lie, but with just different messaging and branding. It's like a giant corrupt corporation selling poison to people under different brands to target different target markets. And these
this is why we got to get out of the culture wars. Just eject ourselves from the culture wars, because they've got both sides covered, and they use our up our anger against our ideological enemies and feed us the same propaganda bullshit. It's great. Need to see MAGA Gabba or Second Thought? Or Second Thought, maybe not. Hey, the MAGA Gabba, that would be cool. I wonder what the MAGA Gabba would include. Maybe just what you're wearing. You got to wear the hat as you Gabbo. Second Thought, maybe not. I don't know, man. Bring it on. I am pushing through. We're not going to do afters. I'm not going to have a break because I've got to finish at 3. So if Indoctrination is listening and you're doing you're raidable, let's say, on this fine Thursday afternoon, let us know if you're raidable because I will be departing said stream. Nah, you're working today. Okay, fair enough. Just thought I'd give you the heads up. Trying to give you some time. All right. I'm really interested now. He said he's going to bring up Australia. I wonder what his position is. I wonder if he talks about the rare earth deal because he's talking about America using its influence to cut everyone off from China, which is, you can really read what happened with the minerals deal recently as that. You can definitely, America is not shoring up its own supply lines with rare earth minerals and ensuring it can be processed somewhere to detach itself from China, but it can just be, as Dr. Nathan had put in the stream chat, that the US is seeking to cut China off from Australia's, from access to Australian rare earth minerals that it might not have access to. Interesting. I wonder if that's the avenue he's going to go down.
People tune into this media, and if this media doesn't tell them something is happening, in their mind, it's not actually happening. So if they don't talk about, if they're talking about Nigeria and how the U.S. needs to intervene there because Christians are being killed, if they never bring up al-Jawlani and the fact that President Trump was shaking his hand and he was killing Christians at that time and is killing Christians right now in Syria, if they never bring that up, then in their mind, it's not happening. And this is the problem. This is why it just continues on and on and on. Then you have dishonest or delusional people in the alternative media who want to believe that the U.S. is changing under a new president, even though there's zero evidence to suggest that it is. Actually, all evidence suggests otherwise. And so even people who are curious and going outside the boundaries of controlled deep state media, they go to the alternative media and they're getting dishonest and delusional analysis from these people as well. So this is why it continues. This is why it endlessly continues, because people simply, they have no way of waking up. They're trapped. They're trapped in an information bubble where they're not being presented with any sort of truth at all. Now, I said I would get back to encircling China. Let's get back to encircling China. So here's another one. So what President Donald Trump says versus the reality of continuity of agenda. So I'm talking about when President Trump says the US and China are the G2. This is just what he always does. This is what he did during his first term.
Surely the US Army is killing more Christians by sending them into dumb conflicts. Eh? Yes, the Department of War is responsible for the most Christian deaths because they keep sending American Christian soldiers to their demise. Yeah, right. Look, all right, Jet B. They let your facts get in the way of a good story. Pete Hegseth wouldn't like that, okay? You'll be next on the list of people that need to be taken care of. Unless you're a Christian, then you should be fine. Just stamp it on your forehead that you're Christian, and the Americans will leave you alone from now on.
I was just talking about this, how he shakes everyone's hands. He says, we're good friends. We're going to cooperate. That's the mask. Under the mask, what is actually going on? Continuity of agenda. The constant encirclement and containment of both Russia and China, the turning of nations along their periphery, the militarization of these countries, and then the use of these countries as belligerent battering rams against both Russia and China, the shift in economic and financial policy, trying to cut these countries off and strangle them economically. At one point, again, remember, President Trump, he meets with President Xi Jinping during his first term, and there was all this promise of a new type of constructive relationship between the US and China. By the end of his first term in office, he was snatching the heads of Chinese corporations. He was banning these companies from doing business anywhere in the West. He was coercing the entire collective West, coercing them to ban Chinese companies from selling their products in their markets, and militarizing the Asia-Pacific region, encircling China with missiles and taking advantage of previous arms control treaties that both President Bush and Donald Trump both withdrew from unilaterally, pointing these weapon systems at both Russia and China. And so you have to separate what they are saying from what they are actually doing. So President Trump is saying G2, and he's talking about some, compromising and working together with China. All he's doing is creating time and space so that the U.S. can reposition, reorganize itself to continue doing what it has always been doing, which is encircling and attempting to contain both Russia and China, and containing China in the exact same way that they are trying to contain and confront Russia through Ukraine.
I find it strange, given the fear-mongering in the US about China, the Aussie rare earth deal didn't get more press. Yeah, it was a non-issue, wasn't it? I think everyone was torn up, and this is the manufacturing consent that he was talking about before. I think everyone was just caught up in the, oh no, Australia, if Albo doesn't have a good meeting with Trump kind of thing, then we're all fucked. It's going to be the end of the world because we rely so heavily, it would seem, on American trade, because they are not our largest trading partner. But we need to get these tariffs dropped or not worsened. So everyone was just worried about whether or not they had a nice handshake and hugged each other. And the actual details of the meeting, whatever. We'll figure that out later kind of thing. It was funny. It didn't get as much time as I thought it would. But I think Australians are pretty much kept in the dark about the reality of their resources and how things are being used on this continent, and who really benefits off that. LOL, I'll wear a crucifix and it'll save me. Doesn't that make it so that it wards them away like they are a vampire? Both vampires and Hegseth, I assume, want to suck your blood so it tracks. Yeah, well, Hegseth just wants to bathe in the blood of the heretics and the non-believers. That's for sure. Yes. Yes, hold your crucifixes close, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to save you as we move further and further through Trump 2.0.
And so what is this? This is Secretary Pete Hegseth. I met with my counterparts from Australia, Japan, and the Philippines for a second time this year to discuss increased deterrence and readiness in the South China Sea. We share ongoing commitment to ensure peace and stability in the region and are resolute in our partnership to maintain peace through strength. And the U.S. is at constant war. It is not at peace. So the concept of peace through strength is in and of itself is just propaganda. It is irrational propaganda that you have to be in a rational state of mind to even be receptive to peace through strength. The U.S. is not at peace. It is at constant war. So how could it be pursuing a policy of peace through strength if it is already at constant war? So it's peace through constant war? Is that what he's actually trying to convince people of? What is he doing when he says he's meeting with these leaders, Australia, Japan, and the Philippines? What is he doing? He's doing exactly what the U.S. has done in Europe. He's taking all of these countries, he's stitching they're politically captured by the U.S. through institutional political capture, through the National Endowment for Democracy. For Japan and South Korea, it's even deeper because the U.S. militarily occupies these two countries following two catastrophic wars fought involving these two countries. Japan, World War II, South Korea, the Korean War. The U.S. has been there for decades with its military, has politically captured these governments. These governments have next to zero sovereignty And then, of course, Australia has always been part of the Anglo-American global empire. And what they're doing is creating an Asia-Pacific style version of NATO, of what NATO actually
Knew that
is.
was coming.
It doesn't need to be officially some sort of military alliance with some sort of Article 5 guarantee. You can stitch this together to be a de facto version of NATO. And that is what they have done. And that is.
So what do you reckon if Australians were to vote on this one, go to some form of a referendum? Do you reckon they would go to war with China if America asked them to do so? Because I remember a couple of months ago, there was an American person in Trump's administration, not Pete Hegseth, but it was like a military advisor of some sort, was trying to get out of the Australian government a guarantee that if China invades Taiwan, that we will attack China, basically, or we will declare war on China. And the Australian government didn't want to have a bar of that. They're like, you guys haven't even committed to it. The Americans, you are asking us. You haven't even fully committed to the idea that if China invades Taiwan, that you're definitely going to put boots on the ground. Like, you're not committing to that. Why the fuck would we commit to that? So, like, I wonder if, push comes to shove. What he's talking about here is the US is stitching together a South Pacific style NATO to contain China. And like that stitch is kind of like, Japan, Philippines, like Australia. And like that zone there will like keep the Chinese kind of from going into the Pacific and then coming across eastward into America's sphere of influence, like direct sphere of influence. Not like they can really go north. And like if they went further east, like who cares? There's so many people in the way, it doesn't really matter. If Australia was in some de facto NATO, specific Pacific style NATO, would Australians do it? Would Australians go and fight? As in, would they support some type of war? There'd have to be a lot of manufacturing consent going on. I was looking at an article, I don't know if it's valid or not, this article, but apparently there's a lot of people not signing up to the military in Europe, and Europe can spend all of its money at once on military Keynesianism and buying all this gear to ensure that it can defend itself against Russia. But if they can't get people to join up to the militaries in Europe, then they're not going to have anyone to defend them anyway. So it's an interesting thought. That's an interesting thing to think about. Dilemmas. Nope. Remember, Labor won, and no Labor supporter likes Trump. And even the Aussies that like Trump wouldn't go to war against China in America's name. Yeah, I just don't see it happening. But like, again, most countries and most populaces around the world, they don't ever want to go to war. They have to be like that. The manufacturing consent has to be hard. So like Australia's fear for China exists, but like we'd have to be terrified of China, and it has to be like turned into basically this existential threat. It'd be like, if we don't fight China over there, they're coming here to destroy everything that you love, kind of thing. So like they'll ramp that up massively. So when you hear the China fear mongering, in the mainstream media, like you gotta resist it at all costs, because this is part of the the slow turn of public opinion that will justify war at some point, or justify Australia's part in a war at some point. So whenever you hear the China fear mongering, just take it with a grain of salt, or just outright just call it for what it is, which is the slow progression towards us arming up for an actual like war of sorts. Australia's greatest gesture doesn't view itself as part of the Pacific or Asia unless you are Paul Keating. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, we're definitely part of Asia. That's for sure. I would argue we are. Pacific? I don't know. Like we are. We really are. There's just a few people in the way, but like we could definitely call ourselves in the Pacific. Yeah, we definitely underplay, or we undersell ourselves in terms of our role in Asia for some reason. That is our region.
Is what they are doing right now. So you could shake hands with President Xi Jinping. You can say US and China are G2. That's what you can say. But what you're actually doing is just continuing to encircle and contain China. That is what you're doing. He's talking about protecting the South China Sea from China when all of the trade going through the South China Sea is coming from or going to China. You can see this is CSIS. This is a US policy think tank. It is funded in part by the US government and all of these corporations that I have talked about, these unelected corporate financier interests. You see all of these countries transiting the South China Sea. They are trading with China. China is their largest trade partner. So this is all commerce going to and from China. So how is the US protecting the South China Sea from Chinese commerce? What he's admitting, openly admitting, whether people realize it or not, he's admitting that the South China Sea is of vital importance to China's economy. We want to encircle and contain China. We want to strangle it economically. We want it to collapse, and we want to subordinate China. And the South China Sea is the artery that we have to squeeze in order to do this, in order to induce the collapse of China. And we are working with these nations we have politically captured, we have subordinated through war and through political capture, or who have always been subjects of Anglo-American empire. And we are going to use them as battering rams against China in the same way we've used Ukraine and now a growing number of other European states as battering rams against Russia.
We are just, we're just an outpost in a larger imperial conflict. Always has, always will be an outpost of imperial conflict. There it is. We're just a part of the Anglo-American imperialism, and we've been politically captured and always been politically captured. And that's the lesson. That's the real takeaway there. Goddamn. It's kind of bleak when you say it like that, but you gotta realize that you have a problem, man, before you can do anything about the problem. Even though Sydney has no industry and is basically economically servicing the economy of this quarter of the southern hemisphere. Interesting. I doubt China will build a 7,000-kilometer supply line to invade the country that already supplies them bulk resources on the cheap. I know that was your favorite part of writing that sentence, Dilemmas. I know. Remember the Eurovision ad where they airlift Australia to Europe? I swear that's what people actually want, or at least how they feel or want to feel. That's hilarious. I don't know that ad, but I know the sentiment that you're speaking about. Please, we're really part of Europe, right? Don't forget about us over here, down here. No. We got to recognize our place. And like even the rest of Asia recognizes our place in Asia. I think the Malaysians described us as Australia as their white trash neighbor, like in the neighborhood kind of thing. We don't realize we're part of Asia. We're loud, ignorant, and not integrated with the rest of civilized Asian society.
So no matter what they say publicly, this is what they are actually doing in reality. And you have to face that. You can ignore this if you want, but you do it at your own peril. You want to cling to and try to parse what lying known liars, politicians who constantly lie. You want to parse their comments and try to find some sort of meaning in it, when in fact the only reason they're talking is to misdirect you from what they are actually doing. And this is what they are actually doing, constantly doing. This is what they did all throughout 8 years of Obama, all 4 years of the first Trump administration, all 4 years of the Biden administration, and now they are continuing to do the exact same thing under this second Trump administration. Regardless of what President Trump says and does in front of the camera, this is what they are actually doing. That pretty much summarizes what I have been posting over the last week. It is a continuation of my coverage of what is essentially continuity of agenda, U.S. continuity of agenda. Do not let political rhetoric distract you from what the U.S. is actually doing. You have to follow the money. You have to look at...
He said the thing. He said it. He said the line. Avalava gets a chill every time it says that. Remember in Reckless Kelly, when Hugo Weaving used explosives to separate Kelly Island to make a resort? Aussie cinema gold right there. Indoctrinated more than that, we don't realize we have more in common with the global south than the West. We have more in common as a continent with Africa than we do with Europe or America. Interesting. As in terms of like how we've developed as a culture and our geography as well, like that blend of culture and geography, we actually have more in common with the global south than any of those evil Westerners. That's what we can call them. I feel so good when he says the line. I know the feeling. Me too. He said it. He said the thing. Do it again, man. Is this the ad? Is this it? All right, let's have a look. Somebody do the thing.
For more than 20 years, we've had Australian viewers watching this show. And it's no secret that they've begged us to let them join our competition. They tried to sweet talk us, they tried to bring us gifts. Seriously, they'll do anything to join the Eurovision. Take a look.
Hello, Eurovision Song Contest headquarters?
Hello, Australia calling. Can we sing at the Eurovision Song Contest?
No, you can't. You're not a part of Europe.
Millions of us watch it every year.
It's our dream to sing at Eurovision.
If you can manage to move Australia to Europe, of course you can be a part of the Eurovision Song Contest.
Good luck with that.
What a good idea.
Oh my god. Tasmania. Live.
We'd like to share a few ideas. As a cultural exchange, we'd like to make a small change to those rascals in the city.
This is awful.
And we think that the Louvre could be hugely improved by making room for our big pineapple. And inside your famous churches, we'll have cockatoos on pleasures. Rename.
All right, I got it. I got the vibe. I got it. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. Our history, geography, economy, even culturally, we're more like South America or Africa. Hence why I relate to South Africa more than I do to the US or England. Yeah, in what way, dilemmas? Eh? In what way do you relate to South Africa? Huh? Actually, you don't have to answer that question.
Is November 7th. You can stitch this together to be a de facto version of NATO. And that is what they have done, and that is what they are doing right now. So you could shake hands with President Xi Jinping. You can say...
Of course, that was a cringy performance. It had Jessica Malboy in it. Literally 0 First Nations mentioned or rep. Insane. LMAO.
US and China are G2. That's what you can say, but what you're actually doing is just continuing to encircle and contain China. That is what you're doing. He's talking about protecting the South China Sea from China when all of the trade going through the South China Sea is coming from or going to China. You can see this is CSIS. This is what they are actually doing. That pretty much summarizes what I have been posting over the last week. It is a continuation of my coverage of what is essentially continuity of agenda, U.S. continuity of agenda. Do not let political rhetoric distract you from what the U.S. is actually doing. You have to follow the money. You have to look at what is actually happening physically around the world versus what politicians are trying to tell you they are doing around the world, what their intentions are. They're telling you what their intentions are, but you can see through their actions what their intentions actually are. We need to be wiser. I understand that people, they don't want to be defeatists, and I don't see myself as a defeatist. But I feel that in order for us as the public, the collective global public, For us to affect any sort of change, we have to understand.
South China Sea to be renamed the Gulf of China. That's so good. That's pretty funny. Why isn't there a welcome to country after they touch down in Europe? Yeah, there you go. I must have skipped geography in school. I didn't realize Israel was in Europe. Savage. They airlifted it in, bro.
What is really going on right now? We cannot lie to ourselves about how what's going on really isn't all that bad. So we can ignore it, or it's not such a big concern. We can just kind of sit back and let President Trump, Daddy Trump, he will help us. He will steer us through all of this. That's not going to happen. We have to face the reality of what is happening. We have to face the reality of continuity of agenda. We have to find a way to get through to people who simply can't see it. They cannot poke through that information bubble that they're trapped inside. We have to warn people about those in the alternative media who are doing it either out of delusion or in some cases who are deliberately dishonest. We have to cut through all of the lies. Obviously, corporate media is going to constantly lie to us. Politicians in Washington are going to constantly lie to us. We also have to be careful of people who pose as alternative media, who are just helping amplify all of these lies for whatever reason, whether it's because they actually thought President Trump was going to change things and they cannot accept that they are wrong, so now they're lying to protect their fragile ego, or because they are compromised in a more sinister way. It's hard to know, but just be aware that these people are out there. Think for yourself. And again, always follow the money. Follow the connections and the associations. Don't let rhetoric, propaganda, and posturing confuse you and misdirect you from logical, sound analysis. And real analysis involves looking at what is actually happening around the world, not trying to engage in confirmation bias regarding what we wish was happening around the world. So that's where I'm going to end the video.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you. All right, let's do this. Where's the thing? Somebody do the thing. There it is. Oh my God. I can't believe we got here. I thought it was enough just seeing this the other day in a sort of snippet form, but we're actually going to watch the thing. Girls for Capitalism, was it? Cool Girls for Capitalism. Oh my God. New York won't survive a Mamdani victory. Dun, dun, dun. What is the Cool Girls for Capitalism mixer? Oh man, it sounds painful already. Are you ready for this? Okay, strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be awful. It's going to be cringy as fuck. Are you suggesting I'm somehow proud of English colonial forces using subjugation and violence to dominate a new country in interests of furthering wealth and expansion of their people? I suggest nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. This wasn't even that good. I only made it halfway. Oh, really? Okay, because I thought it was just cringe after cringe after cringe moment of like listening to girls who love capitalism. Damn, really? Oh, that's unfortunate. Have you seen Baba Kiuria? No, I haven't. No, I have not. All right, well, if this is not great, let's just have a snippet. I just want to get a feel for what it is, and then we'll move on.
I designed the shirt. Shout out to Canva. It says Cool Girls for Capitalism. I didn't love him when he was governor. I think that he's not handled a lot of things well.
You would move out if Zoran won?
Now a message from our sponsor, Ground News. Fuck Ground News. There it is. That guy. He's changed the game, man.
Probably I move out. I'm thinking to go to LA. Maybe it's, okay. I know it's better over there.
I wanted to stand up, especially as a woman. I think that there is this like crazy perception that somehow socialism is better for women. Socialism is not how we move this country forward.
I've traditionally supported more conservative policies, but in this specific election, I find it kind of America versus anti-American.
Now, do I think that voting for a candidate who has sexual harassment claims against him is a good thing? Absolutely not. But unfortunately, this is the voting dilemma we all face with every single election.
I have a speaking engagement here tonight. I also want to say that all of these
Allegations, they are true.
I don't know, he's like not in support.
This is my event. This is my event.
He's going to be bad news for New York, a disgraced former governor whose decisions led to the excess deaths of thousands of elderly people.
I'm a valid Cuomo supporter.
Okay.
I think that there are not enough sexual predators in this country who are running for office.
What's going on in here?
I don't know. You tell me. Why you have pizza and you don't offer me none?
Do you want a piece of pizza?
No, I don't want it.
All right.
I don't know what the fuck is on it. Is Cuomo coming out?
Sexual predators.
Is Cuomo coming out?
New York City. You ask anybody who lives here, they'll tell you it's the greatest city in the universe. You ask Andrew Callahan, he's gonna roll his eyes. Because a lot of people don't know this, but Andrew is low-key a New York hater. But right now, there is a major election happening in New York City that is gaining national attention. We're talking democratic socialism versus neoliberalism. We're talking
Democratic socialism versus neoliberalism. Savage. All right, get to their interviews. Here we go. Yes. Let's check out some cool girls for capitalism.
Him in office are the ones that are going to be the most affected if he wins, because they're often the ones who cannot
something like that. Elected. Do you think there is truth to that? And would you yourself leave if something like that happens?
I think there's definitely truth to that. I think the people who are voting for Zoran's policies that will put him in office are the ones that are going to be the most affected if he wins, because they're often the ones who cannot afford to leave.
Fleeing a city and leaving the city is a place of incredible fortune. To have the opportunity to get up and pack your bags and leave, take your business to somewhere else, take your family somewhere else. But I worry that most people unfortunately can't afford to do that.
A lot of the rich people, they tend to be the ones that are voting for Cuomo. They have the means to get up and go. And unfortunately, if Zoran does win, the city will become a lot more unsafe. It'll become a lot more dangerous.
We don't have to guess. We can look at San Francisco. We know that the middle class...
Like, why would it become more dangerous, like, by default? I don't even know how to read that, let alone say it. The fact they were white is just a bonus. It's not the objective, LOL. Ground news? More like brown news? Am I right? Am I right?
fled San Francisco. We can look at San Francisco. We know that the middle class fled San Francisco after they elected a socialist leader. And we know that it became a danger after they elected a socialist leader. And we know that it became a dangerous city. I was just talking to a girl over here who literally had to have her dog wear little booties because there were needles and feces all over the city. She was assaulted twice on public transportation and had to get out and leave. Why can't we look at what a city in the US has done and look at it and say, they've tried it, they've done it, it doesn't work.
If you feel, no matter where you are, New York City or otherwise, if you feel that the city that you are in is getting a lot more unsafe, families are going to leave if they have the means.
And what do you think are selling points in counter to that of Cuomo? Like, what makes you excited about his campaign?
I'm not like a diehard Cuomo fan, and I've been open about that. I didn't love him when he was governor. I think that he's not handled a lot of things well. But for me, by far and away, the ideologies that he backs, the logic that he has is infinitely stronger than Zoran. And I will say, I know a lot of people that have worked for the Cuomo campaign, and they're very, very smart, great people. And I specifically know women that have worked for the campaign. And
the 25-year-old former executive assistant to the governor claimed Cuomo asked if she was romantically involved, whether she was monogamous in her relationships, and if she had ever had sex with older men.
All right, here it is. Just so, because I didn't realize this before I started researching this topic, that Cuomo was in Epstein's little black book. He was in the contact, Cuomo Sr. and the current Cuomo that we're talking about here. He features. Now, Cuomo, Andrew, I didn't realize this either, was married to a Kennedy. He was married to Kerry Kennedy. They're divorced now. I think they're divorced in the early 2000s, I want to say, but they had like 3 kids together. And so Cuomo kind of exists in the world of the upper echelons of the American political establishment, not just the New York political establishment. So he's kind of across the political scene. And when you run in those circles, you come across kind of the way that the bourgeoisie runs things and run the world. And it's not like they all have a lot of money, don't get me wrong, but like it's not just about like how much money they have exactly. It's also about the political influence. Political influence comes from the networking. They all know each other, who knows somebody else, who knows somebody else, and they work in with the art of deals. Now, that's how their world kind of exists. They're not working class. They're not middle class. This is a class that none of us, I'm assuming, that are watching something like this, are attuned to. We don't understand the undertakings of what it means to be, bourgeoisie. And that's what these people are. Now, Cuomo, if he's saying things like that to young women that he's sexually harassing, like, this is how their world works. Like, asking someone if they're monogamous is a legitimate question, because all of these people deal in forms of deal making and blackmail, and sexual blackmail is a huge one. And they're all, pretty fucking wild, can I just say. And like the some of the power brokers up here in this world, especially if Cuomo was there rubbing shoulders with Epstein, the allegation is that Ghislaine Maxwell, who was, as you may or may not know, was closely associated with Epstein. People say that she was his girlfriend for a while. It was Ghislaine Maxwell who introduced Kerry Kennedy to Andrew Cuomo, and that's how they became married at some point in time. Like Ghislaine introducing him to his wife, like, that's pretty crazy. And like Ghislaine, obviously her association with Epstein, she's been done for, sex trafficking, and like people are wondering, or like this girl is kind of wondering, speculating on the fact that, oh yeah, well, he was, he's been involved with sexual harassment. It's not great, but I'll still vote for him anyway. And like, remember watching him in the mayoral debate just like deny all that stuff. He's just like, no, the sexual harassment stuff was settled. And that's like bourgeoisie talk for nothing to see here, because like my lawyers talk to their lawyers. I've paid them out because that's how these people exist. We paid them out and the matter is settled. He didn't say, I never did it. He didn't say, oh, it wasn't me, like, kind of thing. I can't believe this crazy allegation. It was literally, we've settled the matter through the legal system, so you're not allowed to talk about it. This is bourgeois talk. This is how the bourgeois operate. They operate in deals and like legal warfare. And so long and the short of it is, this is how these grubs work. This is 100% how these grubs work. And if you're going to dismiss it because you're ideologically opposed to socialism, you're scared of what Zoran means, and you're happy to support the type of people that, run in the same circles as Epstein, convicted sex trafficking, and of like underage, like minors and stuff like that, as well as all the other nefarious shit that they've gotten up to. Like, this is the type of person that you're supporting here. You got to understand. You got to understand, man. SF has gone downhill because of the social stratification is off the charts. Yeah. Well, that's not how she was framing it, is it? That's God. I've never seen that. His father was also former governor, has a bridge named after him in New York. Tabanzi Bridge is a sick bridge to cycle over. There you go. I find some irony in Cash talking about Epstein flying to an island before he became FBI director to now use a private jet to fly and catch a booty call. Yeah, that's interesting. Poor Cash. He's caught out again. Stunned Cash Patel.
The reason I even started this organization was a fear of socialism and a fear of anti-Semitism. And quite frankly, that's why this organization is called Cool Girls for Capitalism and not Cool Girls for Cuomo, because this is an ongoing issue and a cancer in our society that we promote socialist ideologies, and we don't stand for that.
And so this is more a promotion of capitalism, and the means to get that, at least through this election, in your eyes, is through Andrew Cuomo.
That's exactly how I feel, and he's more likely to win than Sliwa, and that's where I'm at. Now, do I think that voting for a candidate who has sexual harassment claims against him is a good thing? Absolutely not. But unfortunately, this is the voting dilemma we all face with every single election. You have two choices. In this case, weirdly, we have three. But of the two choices, who is the best for the lifestyle that you want to live? And who is the best for yourself, your family, and your local community? And for me, between my two options of Cuomo and Zoran, there is absolutely no debating that Cuomo is infinitely better for the job than Zoran.
We need more sexual predators. Andrew Cuomo, he sexually harasses 13 women, and that's okay.
And what would you say to other...
He's got to be taking the piss. He's got to be taking the piss.
Women who might be hesitant because of like those harassment claims or other things, like what dangers do you think the Zoran candidacy poses comparatively that makes you willing to make that decision?
I would say I get it. I get it. You do not want to have a candidate in office that is accused of sexual harassment. That is just point blank disgusting. But for me, I believe that socialism promotes a very unsafe society for women. It's the same reason why, I'll be super honest, I really support Israel. It's in the Middle East. It is the only place where you can be openly LGBTQ, where women have rights, where women have incredible careers, where women can wear a bathing suit and not be told to cover up. So for me, like, I don't support the socialist anti-Semitism agenda.
I would like to talk about to the youth.
Historically strong Republican areas largely voted for Cuomo. Isn't that interesting? Hey, they've descended from the culture wars and they're happy to pick Cuomo. That's what it is, right? That's what it is. Right? Or they just understand a class ally in a certain situation. That's why it was really interesting to see those people on Fox Business News before. They were just like, hey, that like there's a mayor in San Francisco who's a moderate business, a moderate Democrat business owner, you know, billionaire class. They'll run the system better, and we can support them every day of the week. It's got nothing to do with, you know, Democrat or Republican. It's just, are you a class traitor or a class ally? 100%. It's very interesting phenomenon, really interesting, and it's so interesting to see it extracted, like when it comes to the fore. Well, this woman knows nothing about revolutions if she thinks socialism hasn't been good for women. Yeah, interesting. Especially the socialist style revolutions as well. They're always they liberated women a lot. Who thought themselves on the cannons of the Paris, threw themselves on the cannons of the Paris Commune? Who started the February Revolution? It was the ladies. It was.
About billionaires and oil execs. We need to capitulate to the billionaires. We need to.
Excuse me. We need to leave.
I also want to say that all of these sexual assault allegations, they are true.
I don't know if he's like not in support. I think.
But have not yet been litigated. Sweetheart, buy me a drink first. Please, this is my game. I was the governor for years.
Hi, my name is Zivan Toplin, and we are disrupting along with Climate Defiance.
Mr. Cuomo, would you mind just saying what you think it would mean for the city for a Cuomo victory and how that would differ from a Mamdani victory?
I don't think New York City survives a Mamdani victory.
Really?
Yeah, I think crime goes up, taxes go up, people leave.
I don't think I would have maybe traditionally supported Governor Cuomo in the past, but considering the magnitude of this election, I find it important to support a Democrat over a communist and a known socialist, a known Marxist. And we may not be perfect, we may not have it all figured out, but the iteration of democracy and freedom, liberty, justice, pursuit of happiness for all is a system that many people around the world seem to really aspire to get to. That's why we have so many migrants and immigrants.
My name is Isaac Starwin, and I'm supporting Cuomo.
They started chanting no FOMO, vote Cuomo.
Because he basically defend the people that are walking. If you're walking, he defend you.
Governor Cuomo is quite obviously here just a pro-American candidate.
What do you think it would mean if Zoran won in New York?
We're going to move out.
You move out? You would move out if Zoran won?
Probably I move out. I'm thinking to go to LA. Maybe it's,
okay.
I know it's better over there, but you know, so I might have to move to Los Angeles, you know.
You say Cuomo is the pro-American candidate. Would you describe Zoran as like the anti-American candidate?
Well, I just think capitalism and democracy traditionally have been fundamental values that have driven America to all-time heights. And so those are values that I think are non-negotiables.
What do you think it would mean for...
Democracy is non-negotiable. It's good to know because, you know, the world is heading in a very different direction. The Western world, anyway. Migrants and immigrants, fuck, I don't know. You could have both. I didn't know you could have both. Jedikus, this is like an old history mockumentary from the 80s where Aboriginal people are the colonizers. Haven't seen anything as wild good as this, even up to 2025. Thanks for sharing. Some propaganda for you, everybody, in the stream chat. Go and have a look at this when you get a chance. It's a movie, which I can't show on a stream. But like, might be an interesting one, right? Start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. Very good. They should start playing that one for Cuomo, right? I want to be a part of it.
A Cuomo victory in the city. What do you think that would mean for New York?
Well, first of all, I think it's going to be a miracle right there.
And there have been some criticisms thrown at Cuomo this last week of Islamophobia and some other things in the aftermath of the most recent debate.
God forbid another 9/11. Can you imagine Mamdani in the seat?
Hey, I could. He'd be cheering.
It's another problem.
What do you think about those?
Look, I would say I have friends that are Muslims. I have friends that are Hindus. I have friends that are Christians. I have friends that are Sikhs. You know, I come from a very multicultural society in Atlanta, New York City, in the United States. And so, you know, I would generally say that I support people from all walks of life and all backgrounds. But the one thing that unites us all is that we're proud Americans looking for opportunity. That's what brings us to the United States. And I think that's what we should keep at the forefront of our priorities.
Governor Cuomo, what did you think about the disruptors who came in?
Oh, that's normal fare. That's what they do.
It's normal fare?
Yeah. It's every day.
It means we're doing something good.
Let's go. We got to elect Andrew Cuomo. You know, bring Harvey Weinstein back.
So that was...
See, there he is. He's just trolling. Honestly. What's the go with this guy? Bring Harvey Weinstein back. Seriously. What a smart ass. Oh my god. Just a troll. I hope even a tiny fraction of the people who said they'd leave actually leave. We were speculating before that was actually part of the plan, that Mamdani's campaign team knew this the whole time, that all these people were going to off. And so that was actually going to relieve some of the pressure that he would have to, on some of his policy choices. And like you'd have big headway made on the affordability crisis, especially in the housing department. Dilemmas, but they aren't a democracy. They're a constitutional republic. Show me in the Constitution where it says democracy. Exactly. It doesn't. So you could probably watch a clip on the stream. All right, let's have a little look at a clip before we take off for the day. Let's have a quick look-sees, shall we? Let's get a taster. Oh my God. That's hilarious already. All right, let's have a look.
When the first black settlers arrived in Barbecue area, they found a native population sheltering around primitive open fires, attempting to cook their food with crude implements, and even seeming to take pleasure in burning their meat. I've always been fascinated by white people. The evidence of their culture is all around us. Their art, their industry, their way of life. But what do we think of white people? Excuse me, sir. What do you think about white people?
White people? You've got to be joking. Well, I don't know. I've never met one.
I love their music. They can't dance, unfortunately, but I love their music.
10 little whitey boys standing in line. One got drunk and they were 9.
They're a developing people. They're starting to take an interest in the world around them.
The Minister for White
Good
Affairs.
sign.
5 years ago, I decided to find out more about these strange and fascinating people. So I came here, to this white ghetto, and I lived for 6 months with a typical white family in this typical white house. Do you remember the day?
You can hear a whippersnipper in the background. That's so good. That's my favorite part so far. Oh my God.
First came to stay with you?
Oh, yes.
Very good.
Yes.
And what did you think when you first saw me?
Good.
I'm very good.
Yes.
A great honour.
My God. My God. This is so good. What was the Indian Aussie show you showed the other day? I thought that was me. Shit. Oh man. Very nice. Good inclusion there. All right, we are going to leave it there for today's stream. So thank you very much for everyone's interactions today. And thanks for some interesting entertainment there. Is the burning wood smell in the video or yeah, I know that's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. But yes, we're gonna leave it there. If you've been watching this, if you're new to the stream, I know there's some people that are potentially new. I think I saw somebody commenting that hasn't commented before. Let me put some stuff for you. Come and join our Discord community. If you've been watching this and you enjoy what you're seeing, come and join us. Join us. And here is, that's the invite for Discord. Come and drop your propaganda. And here is our, well, here's the Patreon link as well. Go and join and become a free member so you can get notifications. Please do so. Thank you everybody for your interactions today, and thanks for chilling out. And if you've been watching this after the fact, thanks for your support as well. It's good to have you. Dilemmas, Jerry Poppins, Jet B, 4IS, Dr. Nathan, Wings of Cheese was here for a little bit. Cheese Swiss, Squeeb was in the house too. Jag, Avalava. Who else have I got here? Have I missed anyone? Larp Jeff was in the house too. 4IS, I think I said that. Solar Bear was up. Out for a little bit. Mo Love was in the house too. Good to have you. I think you're a newbie. Jungle Potatoes. Yeah, thank you everybody for your interactions today. Do appreciate it. And we will be back tomorrow. I think I'm going to be putting together a Far Right Fridays playlist. We've got some suggestions. Wait, why so short? That was awesome. Yeah, it was pretty good. That's just the clip. So the rest of the movie is in there as well. So if people are interested in going to check out the whole movie, I just don't know what I can get away with, to be honest, when it comes to streaming. So yeah, I'm going to potentially be putting together a Far Right Fridays playlist for tomorrow. I think we got some suggestions actually as to how to get more hardcore into the Australian pipeline. So we'll look at that. And yeah, we'll try and see where it is the Australian right wing or far right kind of comes from on an online context. We'll check that out tomorrow. So yes, thank you everybody, and I will see you on the morrow. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are mystery. See you tomorrow.